welcome to the European Youth Chess Championships that takes place here in Prague. My name is Tereza Rodshtein, and I'm going to be commentating here with Grandmaster Sergei Movsesian. Hello.
Hello, welcome to the second round.
So we had our first round yesterday, lots of exciting games. Which one stick in your mind?
Well, I was watching your commentary, which was very nice, and I would say that the game that you probably highlighted the most was the most interesting one. Incredible fight till the very end, basically even at the very end, late phase of the end game, it was still unclear who is going to prevail, but it ended symbolically in a draw. So it was in girls, if I'm under 16,
Yes.
board one. And and also fight, and we hope to see more of this today as well.
Yeah, I'm sure today we're gonna see also even more upsets than yesterday because players are having less difference between them, and I think with the tempo that we should mention because it's not that common that you're playing 90 games for the whole game with 30 seconds increment. So that means that after 3 hours of play, we'll get into time pressure on many boards. And basically, yesterday we saw some time pressures already from move 20 until the end of the game, which may last 70, 80 moves or more. So I think we're going to see some exciting games again. And I hope you'll enjoy it with us. So shall we start looking at today's rounds?
So yeah, definitely looking forward to it. But the one thing regarding the time control actually is that yes, it's correct to mention it because once you get into time trouble here, you are basically not out of it till the end of the game. So one has to be quite careful with also not only chess things, but also how much does a person drink during the game. So I remember when this time control was first introduced and big event like Chess Olympiad in Bled in 2002, it was actually quite a big shock for people. So hopefully here we would not only see fighting chess till the very end, but also that players will be able to to handle this time control correctly. But I think that in last year this time control was used. Not a great fan of this, but for spectators, it's slightly more attractive, I guess. We probably would, as we mentioned yesterday, girls' games were very, very interesting and fighting. So we will start with ladies again, and let's start with the category under 14, where on the first board, the first seed. Vera Vujovic is taking on Victoria Buchtova from Czech Republic. Let's see how they proceeded from the opening. Vujovic played, I think, all the events before the start of the tournament. So there was also, mentioned this yesterday, there was a Rapid and Blitz European Championships, and I do believe that she was quite successful in both of them.
I think she had medals from both of these events, so she will definitely want to win, or not win maybe, but have a great result here as well. And maybe for her, this shortened time control is going to be suiting her pretty well after the warm-up in the Rapid and Blitz section.
So we had quite quickly the opening phase behind of us. Players went for Rui Lopez, and Black opted for quick b5 and bishop c5, known as Arkhangel's variation. White went for c3, d4, one of the main lines, a4, rook b8, very quickly. All of this happened on the board. Bishop e3, and this is still pretty much in the book. I guess that Black player now she will have to remember how to proceed here. This line is quite dangerous for Black. Usually, basically, you have to remember lots of theory. It requires a very good memory. On the other hand, it also offers good chances to equalize the game. So it became very popular lately. One of the main propagators of this line is Fabiano Caruana, who even had the book, or say a course written on this account. So let's see how well ladies will handle this difficult, strategically very complicated opening line. And as we probably are at the very early stages of the opening phase here, we can take a look at other games as well, because it's opening, probably nothing so much is going to happen. True, yesterday this was not completely confirmed in some of the games, but we don't expect anything like this happening so quickly today. So on board 2, Maria Kuznetsova from Latvia is playing against Ceres Castanerol from France. And we have a slightly different thing, but again, we have a French defense. This line, I have to say, the last time I saw this line was actually in your husband's game. Tereza, the French league, if I'm not mistaken, it was a game against Yannick Pelletier, who played for my team, against your husband's team, and it actually was one of the decisive games in that match. I believe that D takes C5 was not there.
He won, right?
Yes, he won. We remember this very well. So, yeah, but DC5 is a slightly different approach. Of course, White has numerous options here, but maybe DC5 was there. So, yeah, and then there was a Bishop D3, B4, quite an interesting development. But it seems that both players are quite comfortable at the moment and not really spending much time there. So we shall continue with our top boards, and board 3, one of my favorite things, King's Indian, rarely seen nowadays in some events I play, but it's very nice to. It's kind of a visit to at least my childhood, because I really like to play King's Indian defense in the main lines. So we can see that both players again have quite a few moves already on the board. So they went for a very classical setup with knight c6 main line and knight e1, so-called Mar del Plata variation. And black went for the quick knight d7, f5, f3, very classical approach. There are many games, obviously, in this line where both sides have very clear plans. Black's plan is very straightforward. They're trying to create a huge attack on White's king, and sometimes they are even willing to sacrifice most of the pawns or on queen side. White, on the other hand, is trying to prove that their king's position is going to be safe and not really, let's say, they are not so afraid of this attacks. At least the white player here is not afraid of this. I would be. I'm kind of a black pieces person in this opening. So we are up on first 3 boards. We are up to 3 very interesting positions. So we definitely are gonna visit these boards again. We'll have a chance. So shall we check some other categories as well?
We can go take a look at the under 14 for the boys.
Yes, let's check the boys. And board 1, we have a matchup of. So matchup of white player from France, Paul Boulot, against Václav Finek, the local favorite, one of the probably say one of the players from Czech Republic who definitely will be aiming for higher position in his category, because Václav is third seed, and also he lately had a very successful event in Pardubice where he managed to win a very strong open. And of course, on the other hand, this events like European Youth Championships, they're very difficult to play psychologically, because when you are a favorite, everybody wants to score a good result against you, and they don't really care about your rating, but they want to, of course, to make your success more complicated. And for Václav, it definitely will be a tough event, because on home soil it's always even more difficult to play. Would you agree? Do you think that when you play at home, it's more difficult to concentrate, or it's the other way around?
For me, when I'm the favorite and when I feel the pressure that I should show a good result, that's tough. When you feel like you're number one and others are expecting you to make a good result, this is tough. Plus, you yourself, of course, put pressure on yourself because. Basically you're playing each round, you're playing a lower rated player, but it doesn't necessarily mean that they're worse players at all. And everybody is super careful against you, so it's way easier to play when you're somewhere in the middle of the field and you can surprise people. Plus you have this possibility of maybe sometimes not being super ambitious and let the opponent be ambitious for a change. So this is the advantage that his opponents will have over him. But I believe if you want to be the best, you have to somehow deal with this pressure. So that's
Sure. Yes, this is definitely one. On the other hand, the high-rated player has it's not only numbers, but usually it's backed by strong play in previous events. True, in junior or youth events, this not necessarily means so much, because we have seen many cases when underrated players, or let's say underrated players who would perform perfectly at some events, being completely unknown, or let's say not really famous to general public, simply because they didn't have an opportunity to play in so many events compared to the others. And I have to say that actually was when I was in that age, it was exactly like this. Many players would come to try to prove that they are strong enough, even when numbers next to them wouldn't really suggest this. So, of course, such an event is a good chance to prove yourself. On the other hand, it's also a bit risky for, of course, for high-rated players, from psychological point of view, because, as you said, everybody would like to make a good result against you. You are kind of walking with a target on your or your back. So let's see how Václav is going to deal with the pressure. And well, the opening, we can see that they started off very quickly. Seems like both are well prepared, and White opted for the main one of the maybe not the line which is considered to be the most central. It's a d4, because h3 is obviously one of the main moves in this position, and it would lead to many. Let's say after h3, there are many options for black, different setups. But White decided to go for d4 from time. Was from, if we can see the time management, and both of them, they were quite convinced in what they are doing. So bishop g4 followed the best move, I think, or the move which is considered to be the best. And after bishop e3, there was an exchange on d4, knight a5, knight c4, bishop c1. This is a very forced line, which is considered, I think, quite okay for black. But White obviously had some idea behind playing this line, and we probably can see some long theoretical battle up here, because it seems that both players are prepared well, and I guess that we can see something interesting here. Yeah.
So black here gives up a pair of bishops. Yeah, it's a relatively opened open position. This is usually what you don't want to do. But what's the reasoning here? What does black get for it?
Well, they managed to undermine the center very quickly with c5. So they are trying actually to gamble in a way positionally on the fact that the black squares of white will be, or black cannot maintain as a control over not only over the center but also the black squares like e5. And for instance, white at the moment has to deal with moves like c takes d4, where, well, white has to somehow recover this pawn, and after captures after bishop b2, for instance, and then black may have an ideas with knight fd7, then bringing the bishop to f6, and it can be quite actually unpleasant for white, ending up with this white squared bishop behind his pawns. So it has I would say that the positional idea behind this is quite healthy from black side. Of course, they have to be very careful in order not to get the position open too wide and let white attack very directly to the king. So after queen takes f3, was taking some time to probably to remember if c takes d4 is a move, or maybe knight fd7 is a way to proceed. So we can probably let him take his time and switch to board 2, where Pavel Sovinsky is playing from Turkey, Hari Beyhun Sanel. And here we see a different picture a bit, because it seems that white is pretty much in the book and black is not completely. Maybe he didn't really expect this line from white. Pavel Sovinsky is one of the rising stars of this generation. He recently had a perfect result, if I'm not mistaken, in Slovakia in the Piešťany Open, when he scored a sensational result. And he definitely has to be considered one of the favorites of this event as well. Here he went for somewhat modest setup.
I think it's this setup I liked to actually use myself sometimes, because it shows it's going to be a long game, and white can get into some sort of attacks after some e5, c4, d3. You can play knight f1, h4, h5, h6, and you try to somehow, then you can move knight f1, knight h2, knight g4. You can try to create some play on the king side, while black should do something on the queen side, right? With some b5, b4s, a5,
Well,
a4,
yes,
a3.
you are completely right. White's plan is exactly how you described. I would just add probably that this move order, or let's say this setup, is actually very interesting for white, because it can actually appear in many different openings. So you can use it against French defense. Probably it can arise from some other move orders. I did play this with white as well several times, and the big advantage of this move order is that white can actually move all the moves you mentioned more or less automatically, almost not looking at what black is doing. And of course, if black is not careful, they can end up in big trouble getting mated. Maybe it would be a long game, but also it can finish quite quickly with a mating attack on the king side. It seems that white was quite sure. Maybe it was a preparation thing, but he went for this very quickly. And black is. I mean, we have reached the basic theoretical position of this line, but it seems that it took black almost 15 minutes to get to it. So I would say that some psychological advantage is definitely on the white side. So let's see how it's gonna happen.
Yeah, I'm curious about this game because as you mentioned before that some of the players may have lower ratings. I have this feeling that Turkish guys are often the case that they do have low ratings, but they're pretty strong. So it's possible that Pavel did prepare something especially for this game in order to avoid some direct preparation, because they do have good coaches here who are definitely looking into what these guys play. And it's possible that he just used something that is relatively easy to play from White's point of view, because you have this clear plan. So it's not this case that you spend 3 hours memorizing the exact moves and you may get wrong. But you just learn the setup and you get to understand it, and then you can use it as a surprise. And if Black doesn't understand it, can end up badly.
Yeah, very true. This is actually this was one of the reasons why this setup was also used by Robert James Fisher. He really did win some spectacular games in this. There are some specialists who do employ this line or this setup quite frequently. Of course, it's good to have extra options, and this is probably a smart choice against maybe well prepared opponent. I have to say that I do pretty much the same quite often when I feel that I don't want to engage in some theoretical battles with my opponent, so I just try to play something else, and this is one of my side say side openings or side setups. Okay, we have probably a long game ahead of us there as well, and let's check board 3, and we have Hungarian player Josef Lehoj against Lukas Dotzer, who is also a very similar case to first two players. He several years ago, I think it was either during COVID times or a little bit later, he impressed by a very spectacular result in one of the Austrian Opens. I guess it was in Graz, if I'm not mistaken. And since then, we see him quite often at different events. He already played for at least 2 times at the Mitruba Cup for the Austrian national team, and he's definitely one of the most promising players of the new generation. So let's see how he will deal with his Hungarian opponent today. As we can see a cautious approach from White with c3, maybe very similarly to a previous game, but maybe the other way around, that White didn't really want to go for some long theoretical discussions here and just decided to get off theory as soon as possible. So the setup is not really maybe not the most ambitious ones, but it contains a funny trick, of course, here, a very famous one. It seems that at the first sight it could feel that White blundered the pawn, but knight takes e4 would definitely not be recommended after queen a4 check, and White would win the game instantly. Of course, Black didn't really fall for this and instead went for a different setup, playing g6, short castle, bishop g7, bishop b5 check. This may look a bit strange, but the truth is that by White is losing a tempo compared to, let's say, some bishop b5 check lines. On the other hand, Black is usually, in case of bishop b5 check and then castle and c3, Black is usually developing differently. They do play e6, d5. So maybe that's one of the reasons as a justification for this play from White, is that they did provoke in a way Black's development to bishop to g7, and then they want to employ this plan with d rook e1 supporting the center, and then d4, and this exactly happened. And now there is a difference that usually when the pawn is on e6, then d5 is quite okay, and it seems that Black is sure that the d5 will work here quite well, as well as with with e6. Then I think white is going to play something like e5 here, and I would assume that after e5, knight e4, probably something like knight bd2. I still believe that we are in theoretical waters, still not really. We didn't get too far uh, off the theoretical lines. So we see three maybe as main contenders for medals probably in this tournament. But of course, there are many other players who will definitely want to have a say about this. So let's see if this tournament will just end up as a fight between these first three guys, or there will be more contenders to win medals or the title. Shall we check also the older categories?
Yeah, let's take a look at the girls under 16. We do have on the first board Italian Shvedova Alexandra, who, as I recall, did also pretty well in the Blitz and Rapid section.
Yeah, I think she did win the Blitz event. If,
I think she also had some medal from Rapid.
okay.
I noticed that girls often did win or win some medal in both of the events, while amongst in the open section it was more diverse. So this is I just noticed this name, so I'm pretty sure she had medals from both categories. But anyway, yeah, she's number one seeded here in the under 16. So she will. Ah, yeah, this is the one actually. She had medals in the under 18th category amongst girls.
Okay. Yes. Yes. This is well. Maybe what the fact you mentioned before that girls don't like to share medals with each other, so that's why she wanted to keep them all for herself, which is quite a good quality. But here we actually, as in most of the games we saw, we did complicated positions. Here it's actually the other way around. I can say that this is probably yet one of the most uneventful positions after the opening we have seen. We can take a look why uh, this happened. Well, Gioco Piano usually doesn't really suggest uh, too much of an excitement for players, but also it has some advantages that white may hope for a long, durable advantage and play
Yeah,
slowly.
but exactly. This doesn't mean that white is not ambitious to win this game. There are so many nuances, and if you play it, I mean, I know that you've played it for a while before it became so popular, even, and you've scored some very good results with it. So I imagine that it's about the understanding, and here maybe she wants to just prove that she's a better player and she understands these positions maybe slightly bit better. It might not look so exciting, but there are some nuances that one has to be aware of, and it's not simple at all to uh, know your way around.
True. Well, the Italian, or Gioco Piano is actually, in fact, a very complicated opening. It does require a good knowledge, good understanding of these positions and chess in general, and it can be also a smart opening choice against an aggressive player when or a player who doesn't really like to defend and who's not that patient. But of course, opening preparation nowadays it always has been a bit of a gamble in a way because you of course bet on some ideas that you feel would be right for this particular game. May not be the perfect one. You may end up going straight into your opponent's preparation. In fact, in Giocopiano, actually, it's very it's very difficult to run into some forced lines. So maybe this is one of the reasons why White wanted to play something calm. But I understand that I may be cheating a bit because I saw the position after the opening and was not too impressed by the outcome of the opening for White. I have to say, this I wouldn't feel too happy with White with this because it seems that the Black has solved the problems more or less. I guess that d5 is coming unless White wants to do c4 here, which I imagine is not really what she was planning to do. Otherwise, d5 is gonna be next. Maybe d5 could be considered even here, but Black decided not to rush things and maybe to prepare d5 a little bit better. I can say I like playing Joko Piano with White. I still do, but I can say that I'm in here. I would believe that White's chances are better at all.
I must say that this knight e3, bishop takes e3. This is not something that you see so often in these positions. Do you? I think usually you just go with your bishop on e3, but maybe I don't know what she didn't like about bishop e3 in that position.
Yeah, bishop e3 looks more logical in here. Of course, Black has an option of leaving the bishop on c5 even, because actually bishop takes c5 if c5 is not much. Let's say if I don't know White Black can afford going something like queen d7, because bishop takes c5 is not much of a threat here because White also weakens d3 square afterwards. So maybe of course here she would be afraid of something else. But I guess that, yeah, knight e3 also I would agree completely that knight e3 doesn't strike as a most precise move. Even even if Black wouldn't take on e3, maybe just do something like knight e7 would be quite okay as well. But bishop e3 doesn't also look anything. I mean, it looks very simple for Black to play this, and maybe White did confuse something in the preparation and used the idea which was supposed to be somewhere else. And once she, just as we were talking, she decided to go and justify the start of the game by going for an aggressive move, knight h4. Next is queen f3, most likely. But in these lines, Black's queen is very comfortable on e6. So I would assume that even something like d5 would be quite possible here. That's
after d5, queen f3.
Yeah,
you're suggesting e4, to do
and queen e6.
Queen e6.
Yeah, this is White's chances at first sight are very, very good, but Black can actually handle this usually with this queen on e6. It's extremely important to put this queen on this square. I remember several games with White, which I tried to employ similar ideas. They didn't really always end up successfully for me, and I think that this is important to know for Black. And well, let's see if Black player will come up with this with this solution or something else. But I think that Black is doing fine. Still. So let's check the board 2 is from the same category. It's Irina Wujatovic on board 2 with White against Emilia Szczeszka from Poland. I hope I did pronounce it right. It's not usually quite okay with Polish names, but one may never know. And here we have some pawn chains, which I wanted to already was about to say that this looks like a French defense, but no, it was was a Sicilian with bishop b5 check, and then we did see some kind of similar play as in advanced French, and but where black managed to solve the biggest problem, usually a white squared bishop. So this should be a slightly preferable version of these lines for black pieces.
But according to the time expenditure, it looks like it was white who prepared this setup.
Yeah, but also black didn't really spend too much time there, because if we go to move till move 9, they seemed like more or less blitzing all these moves, and only after move 9, black had to take an important decision whether to allow white to play b4 or block the structure on queen side by playing c4. And then h5. We can see that the black player has opted for a white square strategy. She decided to take control over white squares. At the moment, h5 is assuring the knight's position on f5. So black's plan is to just, let's say, knight d2, knight e7, and then the knight goes to f5. So it's but after h5, the position of knight on f5 is quite secure, because there are no g4 ideas anymore, and the white has to come up with some kind of also a justification of previous play.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask, where does white play here? Because usually I actually know similar positions with my bishop on the diagonal somewhere b1 h7, and usually when I reach these positions, I'm playing on that bishop. And here, what do I do actively? Can I try to maybe put some f4, f5?
That would be quite a usual plan in these positions for white, but without a white squared bishop, it will be very complicated to do so. I also have to say that I'm not completely convinced by white's play. The thing is that comparing to advanced French, it seems sometimes black is able to change the white squared bishops there as well by bringing it to b5, for instance. But it seems that black didn't have to put much of an effort in this game to get rid of the bishops, and because of this, I would feel that it can be quite a preferable version for black. Well, white's position is, on the other hand, is quite solid. So, of course, there is nothing really terrible going on yet, but I agree with you that it's not so easy to come up with a good plan for white now. F4, F5 would be great, but it will be very difficult to manage this without our white squared bishop. So maybe white has to start to work on it, like knight e1, knight e7, let's say something like this, bringing the knight closer to e3 and to do f4. Doesn't look so great though, but something like this comes to mind. Then probably bringing the knight via c2 to e3, and then just bringing it somewhere here, trying to exchange the knight. But it's quite a longish plan. I have to say that it's, I would say that white.
But maybe if black, I don't know, does black keep the king in the center? Or probably he keeps it in the center, because if you do go castle, maybe I can try to look at something like g3, h3, g4.
Sure. I don't think that by playing h5, I guess that black does indicate that she's not really concerned about her king staying in the center, or even there are, of course, quite typical plans for French defense.
Yeah.
It's bringing the king somewhere to b8. Of course, black has to be careful not to get under some attack, like, let's say, b3 and ideas like this. To the other hand, black may not be in a rush to solve her king's position, and I guess that she will have enough time to think about that after she places the knight to f5, which would be, of course, very comfortable there. So let's move to board 3. We have all Ukrainian derby here. It's Sofia Moskalets playing Polina Michalets. I don't know from which cities ladies are, but they may know each other well. And we see another pawn chain, but much more eventful one. So we have French defense here. This time it's really a French defense, and because we can see the white squared bishops where they belong. And white went for a very ambitious setup. This is actually, I was always very tempted to play this with white, and I was always extremely scared to do so. So this never happened in my games. And this is a very interesting setup. White is, you could see that white's play could seem a little artificial, because they do move with the king at the very early stage of the game, which is not recommended by normal means. But here it's justified by finishing the development as quickly as possible. So they do manage to finish the development, and black is trying to gain some space on the queen side, because once white really finish the development of the pieces, the attack on the king side may become very unpleasant. There will be some ideas like h4, and then some sacrifices on h7 at some point. But white decided to delay all the aggressiveness for a while, and block black's pawn on a4 in order not to let her to gain more space, or to have a motive with a3 afterwards. I have to admit that if I would be sure that I will manage to get this with white, then I probably would play this line more often, or consider to play this line more often.
No, I am looking at it. I love it for white. It's. I was wondering at first, really, why do you not just develop your pieces and then do castle? You can, but the rook on h1 looks nice, and this h4 that is there in the air can be very unpleasant. And what if black decides to just not have any funny business and puts f5?
It's gonna most likely happen sooner or later, but they will have to deal with h3 and g4.
So you want to maybe wait for h4 first and then do f5?
I just wanted to say actually that I know Tereza for a while already, and I think that if I hope that you will not be mad at me, because I will try to show our viewers maybe how do I feel, what's at your mind now. Yes, crush them, knight g5, something like this is going through your mind. I do believe that it's not far from the reality, you know?
Well, that's what you should play chess for. I
Yeah,
mean, this is that's the beauty of chess, when you can play with a g-pawn. That always makes me happy.
This is by no means this is critical. I just basically it's also I can see that from black side you want to put a stop to all of this by doing f5, because I agree that the black is gonna do something like this, because the problem is that otherwise it's not very clear what else should she do, and how not only just to stop the attack, but simply how to finish the development. A5, A4 is nice, but then what's going to happen next? The bishop, the eternal problem, the bishop of C8 in French defense is still there, and white. I think that white is on the happier side of the board at the moment. At least I would be, and I mean, this is just white has a clear plan, and simply it's not so easy to come up with something very smart from black side.
Yeah, and black, I don't know. Usually you try to do b5, b4, but here it's just it doesn't feel so easy at all to do so.
No, I believe that Black. I mean, in lines I saw that Black is somehow much more in time to undermine White's center than this. And here maybe something went wrong in preparation or in the opening itself. Black did play meanwhile knight DB8, trying probably to bring the bishop to D7 to E8 and something like this, but. Um, I don't believe that Black has so much time for this. So let's go something like G4, H4. Try to start the party on the king side. Yeah, this is very promising for White.
Yeah, I like that you're starting with a G4 pawn because there is the threat that after H4 he can do the F5,
Sure.
stopping it. But starting with G4, then F5 is already you can even think about taking even about G5. So it's not so simple to do.
I would probably take a knight G3 then, and then push H4, H5 as well. And D5 becomes a problem afterwards, and this looks very, very promising for White, but of course we have still lots of play ahead of us. So let's check the open under 16 category, and we have an interesting game on board. One, Axel Bukwaloi, one of the favorites of the event, has already made more moves than yesterday, and it seems less clear at the moment, of course, for him. We can see that the very popular and interesting line of F3, so-called the Samish variation against Nimzo Indian defense was played, and C5, one of the most aggressive approaches from Black, and this line is quite interesting. Became extremely popular amongst the top players as well. And well, let's see how the players are prepared here. It seems that again, both of them they really were in the book here, and maybe some small hesitation from White by Bishop D2, spending some 7-8 minutes on this. Black also slowed down a bit, and we got a very typical position for let's say it seems very similar to Benoni setups. The big difference, of course, is that the black squared bishop is not on G7 but on B4. On the other hand, black is quite ahead compared to regular Benoni in development. White has a very strong center and will try to maintain the center, and maybe once try to move black's pieces by playing h3 and f4, but for the moment I want to finish the development, bring the rooks to the center probably, and black has to show up for some commitments done in the opening by pushing c4, giving up the control over the center. I think that from long-term perspective, of course, that's very normal for Benoni as well. A long-term perspective, black's position is not very nice, but short-term, of course, they can come up with some activity which would be weighting up the positional imperfections they have there. So. But again, the same thing which we did discuss about different age categories as well here. Oh, black is quite a high-rated player. He's almost 2500s. Of course, he is kind of a very tasty target for anybody playing him, and of course, even a draw for a 2200 player would normally be a good result. But maybe white can become also very ambitious here. So let's see how black is gonna justify a little risky opening approach. And we meanwhile check board 2, where we have Marco Materia from France playing Luca Kiladze from Georgia. Similar difference in ratings, but much more calmer approach from both players at the moment. So they did. I thought that it was Slav, but it seems that it's so-called. It's Janowski Queen's Gambit, or recently quite often called Magnus Queen's Gambit, because Magnus Carlsen did employ this system quite a few times. And White doesn't want to go for anything directly theoretical, and actually changes the structure towards exchange Slav. We suddenly end up in something completely different. Maybe it was a psychological idea also from White to try to drag his opponent to something not really common for him, and to play a symmetrical position, but knowing the plans slightly better. Usually not so much is going on here at the moment, so knight e5 is a typical idea for White to proceed in these lines. Either he's going to do it now, or in later stages. He can make some other preparatory moves like a3 or knight e2, for example. I would say that most likely he is calculating the consequences of knight e5 at the moment. That's why.
So we can see a slightly different approach in the board number 1, where you go to maybe say a bit dubious position, and board number 2, where you go to a rather symmetrical position, and you're hoping that you're gonna just in long term show that you're a better player. Which approach would you choose, or suits you better, you think?
It depends. When I was 16, I was more of a first board approach. Let's say I would take more risks. I would try to play a little bit more risky with black, trying to score more points. And nowadays, definitely, I'm board 2 approach. But there's one small detail which actually I cannot really say or be sure what would I do in the European Youth Championships, because I actually never played in one. It may be interesting, but nowadays it's quite common that the players do participate in many events. Well, it's on yearly basis, of course, and you go through almost all the categories. But actually, when I was in our participants' age, I didn't actually have a possibility to play in European Championships, so I actually cannot really say for sure what I would do. But if we generalize that, what I would do to, let's say, in the event I would like to play for gaining and winning a medal or winning it, so then I would probably try to take more risks, because playing with black against a lower rated player, of course, it can be a risk, but still, you would like to try to beat him, to get white the next day, and of course to maintain the lead in the tournament. But of course, we are on very early stages of this event, and we'll see at the end probably which approach would be the best, and maybe it would be a completely someone else's approach who will just score the most points. And of course, here we have a very interesting display of two completely different styles of opening approach, and then we'll see what's going to happen there as well. On board 3, we have a Greek player, Stefanos Kazantzoglu, against Can Durak from Turkey, and we are back to Jokopianos. So we have a patient approach. Here it's maybe a little bit more understandable because it's white player who is, let's say, an underdog in this couple. So he goes for these exchanges with bishop e3. He's not very concerned about this. h6. This is a move which I would be always very careful to do with black because h6 creates some extra weaknesses of the g6 square. So if we imagine at the moment that white knight could jump directly to g6, it would be pretty annoying. So black always has to be cautious about this. But he immediately goes for solving this problem of a g6 square by playing bishop e6. White goes knight h4, and bishop takes b3. Okay, white would collect the bishop probably by a pawn, and then try to jump with the knight to f5. Well, I would be quite happy with white if I'm 200 plus points lower on rating, and got a very safe position, I would say, for white, with some chances to try to be ambitious even.
Yeah, this will not be easy to play for win with black at all.
Definitely not. I would be quite happy with white actually, even if in terms of having a small advantage here. Maybe it's not so great, but
it's way easier to play with white. I think
yeah.
to just.
I mean, double pawns. This is double pawns. They don't really. They wouldn't really concern me because they control a lot of squares. They lots of squares like f5, d5, and white's next can be after, for example, I takes b3, knight f5 is a good idea, of course. Also, queen goes to g3.
So if black ever plays d5, do you let him to take on e4 and you recapture with the pawn?
Well, I think that here, even at this moment, I can consider taking on d5 because my structure, if we take this knight, let's say, then I just go knight f5. My structure remains very flexible here, and I may consider pushing e4 or d4 at the suitable moment, or not to do any of this, and just maybe jump with a knight to e4, queen goes to g3. It looks very promising. And if black captures with queen, then I can consider my favorite things like rook takes f6. Yeah, that would be quite nice here, I guess. Just maybe not necessarily looking for a forced mate, but something like knight e4, quite promising. Just need to find the right move order.
Maybe, that looks really scary.
Yeah, I mean, just queen g3 and
king h8.
King h8 and like, I don't know, knight f5, queen h4 is not exactly.
You can still do rook g6.
Yeah, no, I mean here queen h4 wouldn't be such a great idea because actually surprisingly there is a mate on the other side of the board.
Oh.
But, so, but I actually wanted to insert some e4 at some point, like here, just to keep playing positional. If black goes for queen c5, check just this, and then put the queen on h3 and bring the reinforcements. But maybe it's just maybe it's unnecessary, of course.
Also feels a pity to put the pawn on e4. It takes the place for the knight.
I'm worried about the d3 pawn. I agree with you from a positional point of view, but I somehow couldn't make it work tactically because knight e4 or knight f5 here is still, I mean, queen takes d3 is quite a serious argument for black here. So maybe, of course, this can be solved better by maybe starting with knight f5.
And if you don't go queen h4 because there is the mate on g2 and you just go queen h3,
because
possible. You do have knight You don't have a knight e7. Okay, I'm
Yeah,
seeing ghosts.
I'm starting to like knight f5 first here quite a lot. I guess that this is a preferable version of the events for white, because here we can go to h4 directly. We don't have to lose time for queen g3 check. This looks extremely dangerous.
So you go with a king.
No,
you don't go with a king because there's queen h4. That's it.
Yes, this is
So
really
queen to d3 or
no, queen g3 is a threat now. So I have a queen
Right.
g3 threat. So I don't even know how black can solve all of this. I mean, I would be automatically, without even calculating any lines, I would be automatically very scared of rook takes f6. I mean, I have some personal reasons to be scared more than other people, maybe. But still, I mean, objectively, it seems that rook f6 and knight f5 would be more or less game over here. So black probably cannot really do this, and also meanwhile, they didn't. They went for knight h7 and preparing to defend themselves first, and then to consider d5 maybe in some near future. Okay, so we have checked the first categories, several ones which we did want to take a look at. So I guess we can have a short break now and be back, and then continue with the next categories.
With the eldest category.
Yeah.
Right. Okay.
All right. So let's go for a short break. Thank you for watching, and stay with us. So I would like to welcome our very interesting guest for today. It's Tereza, ECU Secretary General. Welcome, Teo, to our studio.
Hi, Sergei. Thank you for the invitation.
Thank you for coming. It's not the first European big event you are attending. What would you say about this Prague event?
Okay, we are very early stage just in the second round to draw conclusions. What we can say for the moment is that, first of all, as in 2016, Prague is very popular destination, so we have the second biggest participation in this championship, 1,250 players. The biggest was again in Prague, back in 1,300, not big different, back in 2016. And of course, this is something that giving more, it's nice to have big numbers, but from the other side, giving more responsibilities needs more infrastructures and efforts by the organizers. So we are following this here. The playing conditions that, okay, by sure I can say are very good, very nice. There are 3 playing halls, one biggest and 2 others, but all in the same venue. And technically, the championship started very good in all aspects, from the aspects of arbiters, the discipline of the players, and also what has to do with the live coverage, that it's a lot for such championship, around 250 boards, plus the live stream, that it is one of the few championships that are covered also by live stream and commentary.
It's nice to hear nice words, and we hope that the tournament will go on very smoothly till the end, and not only from a numbers point of view, but also from a point of interesting. What for us commentators, for instance, is most interesting. Generally, of course, this is a very difficult event to handle. So happy that from organizing point of view that everything goes by now quite fine. So you are Secretary General of ECU. So can you tell us something about the forthcoming projects? I know that you always have some new ideas in mind, and I would expect no less for now as well.
Yes, okay. First of all, I need to say that this year we had a lot of events that the participation increased significantly. For example, the European Women's Championship has this year about 50% more players in Rhodos, Greece than previous year. The same happened with the European Youth and Rapid and Bridge Championship that happened here also in Prague before the main classical event. And with other competitions, we are expecting again a very strong and very quality, but also much European Club Cup. It's in October in Serbia, and we have also the main event, the European Individual Championship in Montenegro in November. This is, as let's say, concern our championship. Now about projects, there are different and very interesting projects that really we developed this year, especially this year. One of the projects has to do with something, again with live stream. Now we are developing the ECU TV, that it is something that will include our own, let's say, games platform, that we can show our games also from our own platform. Will include many, a lot of standardization for the coverage of the European Championship. It will be a special website that all the events will be covered. And we hope that we will launch this project from October for European Club Cup, because we are working now technically with technical guys to develop all these platforms, and the plan is to be ready to start in October. We are also create new guidelines, meta guidelines that now they they are sent to ECU General Assembly in order to be approved. That will give all the details of media coverage of European Championship. And this is, let's say, an area that we want to improve and our services and improve also the chess product that going out through our championships. This is one thing. Other things other projects that already are in works. One big project that we started this year, it was the university academic program for chess teachers in schools that our educational commission developed together with university in Greece, the University of Aegean. This is a remote program, online program that lasting 320 hours and from 3 to 6 months. But for first time, chess teachers and professional teachers can have one university degree in the long life learning that is recognized by most of the states in Europe, at least in European Union, and it's a paper that has a value in the labor market. At the same time, the teachers and the tutors that are taking part in this program, they are taking a lot of equality education. We started the pilot course with around 40 participants from all over the world, and we get now the experience what we need to improve, and from October, November we will start new cycles for this educational program. A third pillar is the Trainers Commission that there also you are more specially related. Let's say now we developed for our Trainers Commission and leading by Ivan Sokolov, Grandmaster Ivan Sokolov, the ECU trainer syllabus, that there are 3 different books, and already one of them is with the cooperation of Chessable published, and it is also open in the market and is going very well. So we are entering, let's say, somehow, and we are developing the official European Chess Union syllabus. At the same time, we're working with academic course for schools, so to have a complete program of training and teachers and trainers. There are other very, very interesting projects by our commissions, our Women Commission, and our chairperson there, Regina Pokorna, has very innovative programs the last 2 years. They are running a lot of them, like the European Women's Grand Prix with overall studies, many seminars with subjects of psychology, and subjects that didn't develop before in the regular seminars. And we are in a phase of now of full development, and slowly, and we are becoming a well-organized institution in all aspects that we can reach the level of other European sports federations.
Thank you very much for the great news, because I think that many things are quite interesting for different viewers. So something interesting more for the trainers, but also from educational point of view. It's always great to hear news from developing projects from the ECU, because I remember how the organization started also. Of course, I think that the whole structure went a very, very, very long way, and it seems that it doesn't stop at all. And on the other hand, it's just developing new and new areas of things, and it's always nice to hear that there are more people involved, former players, former coaches, lots of people, and we do hope that new projects are going to come, and the old ones will be developed even further. So I think that from the opening part of our now we can switch to the games as well,
Yes.
because there are many interesting games going on. We did try to cover the main games in most of the categories. We still have to take a look at the oldest, in a way, open category. And of course, it's a very early stages of the tournament yet, and of course, not so much may be decided yet. But still, some games, some developments may suggest who is in better form in here. We have already very strong players, of course, on top boards in under 18 category. On board one, we have. With Black Yahli Sokolovsky from Israel, one of the rising players as well. He's, I think that he's one of the newest or GMs who recently got the title, and he's probably one of the youngest GMs at the moment in Israel. And he's taking on Roman Degtyaryov from Ukraine. And we can see more of a maneuvering game here. I assume that they started off with Najdorf attempt, and White did opt for more positional approach. But we can see that Sokolovsky is 25-22 rated, and Degtyaryov, it's already round 2, 2300. Fidemaster, it's already a very serious position. And of course, each game, especially with black pieces, is very difficult to handle for the players who are high rated here. So both players played very quickly. Again, we can see that 133 hardly any time spent here, and both sides they did go for typical plans here. White did give black an opportunity to get one of the bishops by playing knight g4, and then he did f3, kicked back the bishop, and decided to put the knight to d5 here. Black is playing very cautiously. I would say that it's a little bit playing with fire. Probably he is trying to provoke White to do something, but I would be quite comfortable with White here, because it seems that he managed to place his pieces quite harmoniously, and he's gonna bring the rook to b4 probably, and can be. I can't see Black's counterplay at the moment so much. I guess it's going to be
yes. And if you let me to add, because I didn't play in my chess career Najdorf, but I was playing with Black Zveznikov.
Yes,
so
very
this,
similar.
it's very similar position, and really, I mean, and I can agree easily what you say, that the Black, let's say, counterplay is not yet so visible.
Yeah, and especially if you would definitely have something for this already.
Yes.
Yeah, probably some developments there. Interesting. We shall see, of course, what Black's plan or Black's idea was, but at the moment it seems that things go more in White's favor at this particular game. Time-wise, it's quite equal here, the 20 moves and 50 plus minutes each. I would believe that White is slightly better here. And let's check board 2. And we have an interesting matchup. Jan Klimkowski from Poland. Again, one of the GM elects, we could say, because I know that he already scored a GM norm, maybe 2 of them. One was in an event which I played, so I know for a fact that he has at least 1 GM norm. He narrowly missed another one in a recent event in France. And well, here I think that he will have a slightly different aims. Of course, try to fight for for the best placement. He already got 1 gold medal, I think, from this event. He won the Blitz under 18 here, and he's playing Sergei Rivera Verganzones from Andorra, if I'm not mistaken, if I recognize the flag correctly. And we have another Sicilian, it seems. And here again with bishop b5 check, and we have also quite a popular line for which is employed by white. Played this with white a couple of times as well. A very positional approach, in a way slightly similar what we saw on board 1, but here of course black had a different way of not e5, but he managed to push d5 here. Let's see if it works well, and it's a temporary pawn sacrifice, hitting the queen with bishop c5, queen f4, ed5. But it seems that both players were quite familiar with this line, and white is playing here again for something positional, not really aiming for anything direct yet, just trying to play against an isolated pawn on d5, which may become a problem later in the game, of course, if white pieces don't create enough activity around it. So g6, black has developed the bishop to g7. You can see that white is in no rush doing anything special immediately, just waiting and improving their pieces. And black has decided to escalate matters by playing rook takes on e1 and then knight c5, a direct way to ask questions. Knight e6 is probably black's idea. They would pretty much like to get this bishop away from d4. So it's white's turn to react to this. Not sure how, because exchanging on c5 is definitely not what white would like to do now, unless there is some immediate gain in that, but I don't see any. On the other hand, black is not really threatening taking on d3 or b3 so much, so maybe white can just defend against this knight e6 idea, just doing something cautious like queen e3, for example, comes to mind. It happened on the board, so I'm not that bad yet, so I can guess. I can guess some moves.
If you allow me here, okay, before I go also another comment. Okay, I will not comment the chessboard here, but I will comment the player of Andorra that you mentioned, because this is important to say that one work has been done in the level of Europe a lot was this with the so-called European small nations. And before 10 years, we didn't have a lot of players from this nation, maybe at all. But now there are many of them are developed well, and now we see important also youth delegations here for countries like Andorra, Cyprus, Monaco, Luxembourg, Malta now is participating also. So this is a very good, let's say, result and message of many years work in these federations, and we are very pleased to see that not only the number of players, but also the number of countries that participating actively in European Championship are increasing in all ages and in all championships.
There is even the European Small Nations Championships, which became very prestigious, I think.
No, yes, it is prestigious, but this was always the European Small Nations Championship teams, and now become also individual. And now the new there is that now they make a women championship, and they are preparing now women, let's say, teams for Olympiad. But the point is that the European Small Nation Team Championship and later individual was existing because always mostly these countries has, let's say, untouched players. But this is what I want to say now, that always the purpose was to for these countries to develop more and come and compete, let's say, with equally in this championship, Europe Championships. And now this become, let's say, a reality. And it's very nice that small countries develop so much and they have important presentation in such championships.
Oh, that's great to see. The geography is increasing, and actually the countries which we would usually hardly see any players from there, with all due respect to them, but now it's quite common, and very often we see them competing at the Olympiads, and maybe we will see some of the players here, either in open or girls group, to come up with an upset against, let's say, more traditional countries, or countries who are more traditional at the top. And maybe this will be one of the games. So I still like White's position a little bit more. Okay, so thank you very much for coming. It was an enjoyable time. I do believe that we will see more of your projects coming into life, and well, keep the good work up, and thanks a lot.
Thank you, Sergei, and we will continue watching you and all the commentators during these days.
Thank you very much, and we will be going on a very short break at the moment, and see you soon in a couple of minutes.
So welcome back after a short break. I am joining you again, and we're gonna take a look at another game from the open section under 18. So we have a game of Zlatkov Anton against Jan Malek. Let's take a look what the current situation is.
So we can start from the quickly recap the opening. White went for this setup without d4, and black did delay the development of his knight from g8. One of the possible systems, of course. Jan Malek is one of the players who is very close to his GM title. The tournament I mentioned, where Jan Klinkowski narrowly missed the GM norm. Jan Malek actually did manage to get his GM norm by beating an extremely strong Grandmaster Demchenko in the last round. So we can expect big things from him in the future, and let's see how he's gonna fare today. White didn't really go for the most ambitious setups, but it has some venom in it. We can see that White is playing very quickly, but it also applies to Black. Only here he paused a bit because till now he was blitzing all the bows, and here he spent some time to make up his mind how his strategy is going to be. And White just developed pieces b3. He did consider probably going to b2, but then decided that bishop on e3 will be placed a little better. And the Black decided to close the center by going e5, taking control over the d4 square. On the other hand, both knights are quite far from d4, so it will take a very long road for both of them to get to d4. And White can try to use the weakness of d5 or f5 squares meanwhile. He started with rook a1 and then moved his knight to e2 after b4. Black has to bring his bishop to b5, and we see that the knight is gonna roll to d4. So, like this. So after knight c4, knight c6, it's White's turn to think, because knight d4 it may not be a direct threat at the moment, but long term, of course, this idea may come to life. Meanwhile, white rooks, they don't have any entrance point squares on the a file, so they are a little bit out of play at the moment. So maybe white's strategy was not that perfect. But of course, the position remains complicated. And we can probably, we finally managed to finish our roundup through the categories. We would mention one technical issue which we don't know what exactly happened, but in girls under 18 category, we are missing several first boards. And of course, this is a bit unpleasant issue, but for some reason, it seems that it goes in online. You can see the games, but we don't have an access to them, and it's the only category which we, because of this, are not going to cover today. We are very sorry for the inconvenience. On the other hand, you can practice commentating the under 18 girls section for yourself, and meanwhile we can go back to girls under 14 category, where things of course did develop a lot since we left them, because we started the round there, and now we can see huge developments on board one, especially where Victoria Vuhtova is taking on Vera Vujovic. We did leave the girls somewhere around here after bishop e3, if I remember correctly, Black did play bishop g4, and white d5 came. I'm not sure about the urgency of d5 here. Somehow I recall that some entering a5 can be an idea here, but I may also mix up things. White has decided to go knight bd2, ignoring the black's possibility of bishop takes e3, claiming that it will be in her favor. Black did agree to this way, so the exchange happened on the other side of the board, and also a takes b5 and queen e2. And now black has decided to launch an action with a very typical breakthrough of f5, which is making things very complicated, of course, and white has reacted with queen e3, unpinning the knight. We eyeing knight g5 maybe at some point, because with the support of bishop on b3 and the pawn on d5, e6 square may become very, very interesting for white.
There can also be some things like knight takes e5 at some point. I was even looking, instead of queen e3, maybe knight takes e5 immediately, with after d takes e5, you can have the d6 check.
Yes, let's
not
show
sure
this line.
It gives
it's quite interesting because
white.
Yeah, we can also add that the point of this tactical operation is that if black goes king h8, then d takes e7, and black is not in time to take on e2, because e takes f8 is winning for white. But maybe, well, I have a bit of a wild suggestion for black. It's like rook f7.
I can maybe include
rook a8. From where? You can take on e7 anyway. Oh, then maybe my line is just bad, because white has this very nice trick, because bishop takes e2 is again, I completely forgot about this rook, and white is winning like this, because my idea was that if you do something like f3, then I'm in time probably to take on d6 with the rook, and d2 is hanging, and it will work, but it doesn't work, and black has to go king h8, d takes e7, and then queen takes e7. But this would be actually not a bad idea for white to swap all these pieces. Although it seems that f3 would be more or less forced, because queen e3, f4 may not be so tempting for white.
Yeah, no, you will do f3 probably, and after bishop h3, maybe just rook a1, and I'm looking at the b5 pawn already.
True, maybe black is just gonna go for some berserk stuff like rook g6 and trying just to knight g3 and queen h4, some kind of attacking options here. It may have been concerning for white, so she decided not to engage in this exchanges to e5, and just to wait off and provoke f4 probably here, which I would think that black is going to play f4.
Actually, I have one more suggestion that I know it didn't happen, but those are nice ideas that one might overlook. h3 is a move here. Yeah, I think because after bishop takes h3, you can play knight g5, and you cannot go back because of f3.
Maybe also knight takes e5 is nice here, no?
I was... well, that's also an option. So the difference in this line after d takes...
So the one piece difference, I guess, is going to be takes... d takes e7 is going to be an exactly one piece difference. One piece for white. But your line is actually also very interesting, because after knight g5, we can finish the line by this, and after knight g3, all of a sudden white has a trick of queen h2, which is, I think, both g3 and h7. So it also is quite tempting. But I thought that after h3, actually, black's reply would be this. That's maybe why she didn't want to go there. But again,
Yes.
here we have these options again. Some tricky stuff. Knight takes d7, bishop takes f1, and knight takes f1 maybe, or maybe just collecting this, and both rooks are hanging. And probably we can be quite happy with an endgame with white. Because b5 is going to be, after we collect the rook, then we have rook a7 ideas. b5 is quite weak. The knight is coming to some nice squares like e3. Yeah, many tricky points here for white, but somehow she did go for a calmer move, which
you cannot blame her. Firstly, she is the underdog, and secondly, you have to invest a lot of time here to calculate all these lines with 95, h3, because it might also be just losing, which we don't think so at the moment, but maybe there is some tricks. And this is what I don't like that much about the time, that the tempo is so short that you really cannot invest here half an hour, or you can invest, of course, but you might regret it later on in the game. But the game is getting quicker, and one has to adjust to this. You may invest the time, and maybe you'll find out that you have a big edge, or you may just practically decide, okay, I'm just gonna keep my time, play a bit calmer chess, and maybe you can get an edge of the time later, because I see that she's doing quite well time-wise for the moment. So maybe that's her approach. But I don't particularly like the queen on e3 for some reason.
well, it's a generally useful move. You want to, as I said, want to unpin your knight, and actually you are preparing all these knight e5s again. On the other hand, I would agree with you that that I probably would, that it's a very difficult to recognize. It's one of the maybe hardest disciplines in chess to recognize a key moment in the game when you can afford spending some extra time on let's say a direct continuations like we discussed h3 or knight takes e5 here. If you feel that the moment is right to invest some extra time to this, then it's possibly the way to do it. Or you can do what Victoria did here. She went for more of a pragmatic approach, hoping that actually that queen e3 is gonna be maybe not the best move, but one of the good moves in the position, and probably this will, and also the time she saved here may become very handy afterwards in the next phase of the game. This is just really a bit that it's probably one of the qualities which is described, or Magnus Carlsen's biggest, let's say, one of the biggest advantages of him compared to other players is that he rarely does a bad move. Basically, okay, we're not talking about blunders, but even like a second-rate moves. And this average quality of his moves is extremely high. And maybe sometimes he would decide for something similar without need of deeper calculation here, because he would feel that it would lead nowhere or to some not the desired result. But here, of course, we can argue if queen e3 was the best, but at least she did this move after only 5 minutes of thinking, which is anything else would require a very long calculation, I'm sure.
That's true. But what do you do after if black plays f4?
Well, I guess that queen d3 is going to happen. I still keep an option of knight takes e5. So,
This is true. So black will probably eventually play king h8, right, to get out of that.
well, but then also knight g5 comes back to consideration, and bringing the knight to e6.
And also some h3 is not.
Not yet, but it may become an issue.
F3.
F3 G4 also, yes.
G4
F3
is
G4 becomes an idea as well. I'm not sure. I mean, maybe she's just right. There was no point in going into some. Although we did like the complications after H3, but also have to always to remind ourselves and our viewers that it's far more easy to talk about positions being comfortably seated in a commentary room, and the players have to deal with all the stress and also for the responsibility of the moves they make. So
no, that's the best fun of it, that all these funny looking ideas you can actually see during the game, and you can just check them and go back. If it doesn't work out, you go back and you can find in the end, you can play this calm move. But over the board, of course, some players will maybe often go for these sharp moves, but those players, I think they pay the price at some point, because unfortunately, I mean, I love all these attacking ideas and crazy chess, but that's only part of chess. And these days, with computers, everybody learned to defend so well that very often it just doesn't work.
Yeah, resistance, I would say that there's probably one of the biggest differences between chess, let's say 30 years ago, that the players, even lower rated players, they do put up much higher resistance compared to that times. And to win a game requires much more energy than, let's say, 30 years ago. At least this is my feeling. I would say that it's hard to decide if here, let's say, in this particular moment, White should have invested more time. Well, I always have one criteria on this. If she wins, she was right. So let's say if not, can be criticized for not taking this decision differently. But let's move to the board two, because of course we do not want to spend time only on one of the boards. This is much less calculative position. I can see I'm not a great expert, but it seems to me that this is going to be much more of a positional game. White did achieve, I would say, a space advantage and a very promising position. On the other hand, Black has no weaknesses yet. So it's up to White to create some.
Well, he has no weaknesses, but the bishop is just horrible.
Sure.
What White needs is somehow to open up the files and exchange the rooks, and then you just resign. But I guess White will now focus on the king side. Maybe rook g1 is a good start. Probably she wants to do h4, h5.
But the rook g1 is enabling White to take on f5 even, because at some point g takes f5 and e6 may become an idea as well, because Black cannot really bring her king close to the center now, because after king g7, of course, it would
f5 is
hanging, and maybe it's not hanging straight away, because Black has actually rook c4 check here, and either e4 or c3 is falling, and then suddenly, let's say in this case, suddenly Black bishop can come to life. But of course, this is not forced, and white is not obliged to play gf5 immediately. She may probably just double the rooks first on g file and then play your the plan mentioned by you, but h4, h5. Then this should be quite unpleasant. I guess.
Also, maybe the other idea is just to play g5 and h4, h5, double on h.
That could
This
be working
looks
as well. Yes.
pretty unpleasant because once you once you have the rooks on h file, black cannot just leave you there.
Yeah.
He will have to offer exchange of rooks, which is the end for him.
Well, on the other hand, I would be concerned about playing g5 with white from only one reason: that once you leave only one idea, which may be working, but I would probably decide later about g5. First, would try a different plan because to keep more weaknesses. But you're right that even after g5, h4, h5, simply it's going to be very difficult for black.
I understand for that definitely if you keep more options, it's also way more unpleasant for black. And she can do some rook g3, the other rook to h file, and you don't know which file to concentrate on at all as black. So this is very unpleasant. And then only to decide whether you want to close with g5 and open the h file or the other way around. I just didn't see after g5. To be honest, I didn't see what black will do, because if he moves the h pawn, then immediately g6 becomes a target.
Well, there's only one small thing that
Yeah.
you have to be careful with rook h1s. Just a reminder that once your rook appears on h1, black has this trick in hand, because this guy is not really great piece, but still has some very well hidden dynamics in this. So of course white has to be a little bit careful about this, but of course they don't need to put the rook to h file immediately.
So yeah, you can play the other rook to g1, h4, and rook h3 like this.
Maybe, or also if you're really insisting on bringing this particular rook to h file, then you can find some different roads like rook f1, not rook d1 actually, because it will run into very similar idea like d4, but rook via e1 or f1 and then going to e2, f2, and then reroute to h2. Finally. Of course, this is not completely necessary, but it seems that black also has understood the gravity of the situation, and now it's not going to be a pleasant defense here. She did opt for rook d7 because she probably wants to keep some options of fg4 and rook f7 to create some kind of counterplay, but this looks like one-way traffic for white.
Yeah, very unpleasant.
Sure. So let's check also on board 3, where our King's Indian did develop, and we left around here, where black typically went for a plan with h5, g5, g4. White did do her part here by pushing c5 and prophylactic move of king h1.
So how do you like your King's Indian now?
Oh, I stopped playing them long ago. So but this is still quite typical. I mean, we can see that white can collect the pawn on a7 already, but usually black is not too concerned about this. Maybe knight a7 would be followed by something calm like bishop d7. So queen c2, white most likely is aiming for knight c7, knight e6, which would be quite unpleasant. That's why black did protect the c7 square by playing knight e8. White went for queen b3. This looks a little bit like a loss of tempo. Black does increase some pressure on the king side, and well, knight c4 was already an unpleasant threat, and black didn't really find anything better than going for bishop d7. Well, I would actually consider something like g3 here, and it seems like bishop g1 looks like a logical move here.
Yeah.
And one of my favorite
Bishop
motifs.
h3.
One of my favorite motifs
Yeah.
by a very famous game of Tachnik Cvetan, one of the most beautiful mating ideas. But it's still not a mate here. It's very close, but the white still has knight e1. But I don't know. I would rather go for this with black than giving up a pawn on b7 for free. And maybe she does hope for something like this in the future. But this looks
How
like.
do you defend it all right now?
I don't know.
The g2 is.
It's overloaded, definitely. It's not.
The bishop on e2 is driving.
Yeah, he will need to get him off.
I just don't want him at all right now.
Sure, no, I agree with you. But maybe after g3 there was something else. But what I mean,
it's possible. I think black spent quite a lot of time.
Yeah,
here. I mean,
yeah,
16 minutes.
No, she definitely was considering this.
From 36 minutes is a lot, but she must have not liked something, or maybe she just. Is it possible that you just focus that your opponent made a threat and you're just focusing how to solve that one, and forgetting about your. Although in these positions you have to calculate.
Yeah, I mean you play King's Indian.
Yeah.
This is threats. Maybe knight b6 actually we have to seriously consider here. I did believe in bishop h3 here as well, but I mean this was my idea.
Just to if I take a rook. Just to show what happens here.
I'm not sure what happens here, but maybe I just go for this.
And after
King g2.
g2, knight h4, king.
Go to h3.
Well, you don't have the light squared bishop, but
yeah, but still get mated.
If I go king g1, there is a mate.
I think yes.
On
H2,
so
I can go on
H2,
different
right?
sides. Yes.
Yeah.
So you
You're
should
just
probably
automatically
go
calculating, taking there. G2
was a line I kind of was aiming for with black. This take on f3 probably. Bishop f3, queen takes f3.
What is the material?
Black is face down. But still, the knight may come. I mean, the knight on a8 is not really participating, and knight comes to f6.
G4 or e4, yeah.
Yeah, and this is quite typical. Black is not really taking any prisoners here, so they just go for an all-out attack.
Sorry, can I go knight c5 here?
Knight c5, yeah. But sure, I will probably get some check here, and queen takes h2.
Just switching to that side.
Taking pawns. No, this is very sharp. Obviously, this may be still very good for white. Maybe something like rook c8, not allowing the knight to participate because we'll have to give up another pawn, and this guy may become an interesting piece afterwards after the queen moves. Very, very strange position. Of course, this can be. Maybe she just came to a conclusion that the activity is not good enough. But I don't.
But right now, it feels like after bishop b6, you already don't have g3 with a tempo.
Yeah, I would feel like white is kind of winning here, if I'm not mistaken.
Maybe objectively, but still.
No, I see is a direct idea like this.
So if I take on c1.
Yes, knight takes f7.
Just rook f1.
Oops,
Bishop
g takes
f1.
f3 here. No. I don't have time for this. I wanted to make some time for this, like g takes f3, but it's nowhere possible. Rook takes f1, bishop takes f1, and now if you take on f7, d7 is hanging. And if you would rely on something like this...
And that's a pawn down, yeah? Or...
Well, I think it's 2 already.
I had one before.
Yeah, one more.
Mm-hmm.
There are several moves. Knight g5 is also possible, but knight d8, for instance, is quite good as well. And I don't see any compensation for black here. And if knight e5, I wanted to make g takes f3 possible somewhere, but here actually it's knight takes f3 with a tempo, and we are not in time. And if black takes somewhere here, then we actually can even take on e5, but maybe rook takes c8 is also fine.
Don't have anywhere to... No.
Okay, I will still have to calculate some lines like g takes f3 maybe. As the idea is that after g takes f3, there is bishop h3, and check, king h7, rook g1. But I have a feeling that still somehow black is going to be short of some pieces at the end of the day. Somehow I can't really believe that black can survive this. As much as I was optimistic about g3 here,
Mm-hmm.
as pessimistic I am quite here with black's chances after rook c8. It seems, and black has, she is already down to 19 minutes.
And white is thinking she has 43 minutes, so now I think that now is the time that you invest.
Oh yeah, well, if knight takes e5 works, you can really take your time here, spend up to like 15-20 minutes easily, but then basically just make a decisive move which will have a decisive impact.
Yeah, I'm sure white is now calculating it because, well, you do see that the rook on c8 might be hanging after knight takes e5, so you're looking for these kind of moves, tricks. Sure. I don't know if you say tricks. Trick doesn't have a positive.
This is quite an option as well. Very calmly collecting another pawn. But I wouldn't. Yeah, I would try to simplify the position. I mean, 2 pawns are usually quite enough to win a game if you are up 2 pawns. So yeah, knight e5 looks to be a
it's 2 pawns, and just if you manage to exchange pieces, there is just no hope for black because you have yet weak a6, d6 is weak, so
I guess that knight takes e5 should be working unless we have probably to add one more thing maybe for viewers why we are not always sure in our evaluations, because we don't really use computers here, or at least I don't really like to commentate using engines, because for me it takes a lot of fun, first of all, out of the game. Sometimes, of course, it's nice to know what we miss, but in this position I kind of prefer to rely on some calculation which we can do still quite well, I guess.
Okay. So I guess we're moving to the boys under.
Yes, let's check
under 14.
Guys, and it's under
open
14
section.
Open category, and let's start from the beginning. Board 1.
On first.
Yeah, so we did leave early in the game when black did consider his options here. Went with cd4 quite quickly. Bishop b2, knight fd7. Actually, pretty much what we expected happened in the game. Black has inserted rook c8 first in order to check on white bishop, and then he went for knight e5. Interestingly, I would, as I know Václav quite well, I would expect bishop f6 here to happen. But the truth is that actually after knight e5, white doesn't really want to take this knight, because it would improve black structure and weak black pawn squares would become an issue for white. So he has to keep the d4 bishop alive, and bishop f6 was next. Knight d2, but I have feelings that black has lost some time by this transaction, bringing the knight to e5 first, and white was in time to finish the development. I would say that black's position is quite comfortable anyway, but maybe he could be even more ambitious here. And white correctly tries to open up white squares for the white bishop. And knight b4. Now black is gonna win an exchange, but will it be enough to win the whole game? Because most likely, if he now white has several options how to give up this exchange. I guess this is one of them. Knight c2, rook takes a6, for instance. I think it will be quite difficult for black to win, because some endgame is gonna arise here, and it may be an endgame with an exchange up, but 4 against 3 could easily end up in a draw. Another option for white, if he wants to keep the pawns in a different formation, yes,
yeah.
and maybe this is even
This
more
I like
promising.
more.
Yeah,
If unless I'm losing one of those pawns right now.
well, the guy appears on f5.
Yeah, this is gonna be very hard for black to win, even if I lose both of my pawns.
True.
Because
yeah, I
of
mean,
the
I
best
will get
structure.
something for it. I guess that I will get d6 at least for that. And yeah, now it's
Yeah, of course, you're not gonna just give up everything, but really, what is at all if you have h7, f7, f6, and I have even f3, g2, h3.
Yes, it should be. I mean, it shouldn't be winnable, I guess, because
You just put the knight on f5, I guess.
yeah. No, I mean here actually, I'm not even sure if it's white who has to be worried. Also, you can see that time-wise, it's not completely convincing from black. He's down to around 20 minutes.
And queen d4 was played.
In d4, so the board, yes. Yeah, well, it will be quite a tough endgame for Václav, because I think he may not be even better there. So he's of course a very good endgame player, very good technician. It's one of his strong sides. But here, I guess that white has.
You do have to go knight c2, right?
Yeah,
because
there is
everything
no-
else is just bad.
Yeah, no, well, because he did play knight c2 on it, because he just.
So we're expecting queen f6, gf, and probably b takes.
Yeah, b takes a6 looks to be the most logical option.
I would be worried with black pieces here.
I would predict a draw somehow. I guess that somehow white probably will be quite happy with the drawish outcome, and black will probably not have much of a choice there.
Actually, this is also one of the things I wanted to say. We were talking about these favorites being under pressure because they feel like they have to win. But there is a plus side to it, that sometimes you can actually offer a draw in a slightly worse position, and not all the times, but it can pay off because of some respect the opponent may have towards you.
Well, for sure, psychology generally is one of the biggest parts of the game. In general, of course, players who are mentally stronger than the others are usually more successful, because they know at the moment they can really use this as an advantage. They can feel the right moment to sharpen the game, or the other way around, maybe to offer a draw at the right moment when they feel that things are not going in their way. And of course, it's also up to the other player at that point if he feels that he's doing so good that he may even afford playing on for a win, or just settle for a good result, which is often an option. But here, yeah, it's hard to say, and the game will go on for sure. I think as much as I know about Slav, that he's not gonna be in a rush to offer a draw here. But on the other hand, he may feel the danger, and then maybe he would consider something like this.
No, I just realized that this offering of a draw can be also sort of a weapon in terms of you can offer a draw when you take something and you know that your opponent's reaction is recapturing, and it will take perhaps, unless the opponent is 100% sure they want to keep on fighting, it can be a little bit upsetting that they have to spend some time, especially in this time trouble. In this time control when you don't get any extra time after move 40. So I'm just mentioning I've never really used it as a young player for sure. But even these days, I do not like offering draws, and I do feel like in the gross categories, draw offers are way less appearing than in the men's category. But I start to understand the rationale behind that this can be also a psychological move, and it can be a very powerful one, because I know myself when you reject a draw offer, and then two moves later you can just hate yourself for the decision, and then it can affect your play, because you can still have in the back of the mind that you could have taken a draw and you could have already been in the room, and instead maybe you're fighting for a draw right now. But I do not expect that any of the players will offer a draw right now. I am not even sure. Probably the Sofia rules apply here as well.
Don't know that. Actually, I have to say that as I wasn't present at the technical meeting, so there were many things which changed lately in chess world. Sofia rules is one of them, which generally I would encourage people to play, and of course I would believe that it's a good thing, and it kind of restricts the player from not fighting. So, but here, especially at early stages, I don't expect any of games finish quickly, because still and usually youngsters are much more ambitious than let's say an experienced and tired players. So let's see what's going to happen here. We just quickly can switch off to board 2, where we saw the opening of this game. We are quite curious what happened here. White did go for c3, which is a slightly different plan. They're trying to delay e5 and the typical attack here, and waiting for black to do something in the center or not, and then allow e5 to happen. After bishop b7, there is maybe a small problem also, which is bishop f4. That's one of white's ideas, because e5 is, he takes d5. And this may not be a great version for black. But also, of course, d takes e4 is not completely forced, but black decided to change the structure. And usually I would say that this should be quite good for white, this type of positions. You can see that white did anyway everything which you suggested. It's way too typical, and black has decided to put a full stop to this white's attack on king side by playing the motif which is quite typical for Sicilian defense, where black uses opposition of black of queen towards the queen, usually on g3, and this f5 is quite common there. And white decided to continue with a positional play, forcing black to give up the black squared bishop, and installing the knight to d6 with a very, very, very nice space advantage. The knight on d6 will be very hard to deal with, and if black decides to bring his knight to d4, then white can simply consider sacrificing an exchange, maybe even in this version, when the knight on d6 is providing an extremely good compensation, of course, and supporting, taking many squares from black and supporting the pawns.
Yeah, this looks again like a one-sided game, doesn't it?
Yeah, this looks quite difficult for black, and it seems that white actually has achieved what he wanted from the opening. He did get a comfortable game with space advantage, and he is also pretty much ahead on time, almost half an hour difference, which can be also a pleasant news for black. And let's check to our third board. It's Lucas Dotzer with black against Jozef Lehoc. And we did have a position in the opening, early in the opening, when black decided to go for d5, and as predicted, e5, knight e4 exchanges happened. This is quite a typical position for this line. I would say that it usually is quite favorable for white. Also, it may not look so obvious because the bishop doesn't look very impressive. But also the bishop on g7, we can see that it's not a piece which you would really like to get for Christmas, no? This is something which probably the black may regret a bit putting it there. And this is exactly bringing us to the opening phase when white waited up for g6 to go bishop b5 check. And now we can understand the point of this. And we can see that black decided to bring the bishop to life. One came up with a very interesting plan with queen a3, queen a5. And now bishop h6 is suggesting that white would not be against to exchange the bishops. And I think that he keeps the balance. I mean, it will be very difficult for black to break through, because rook c4 is always going to be met by b3. I actually like white here.
If I somehow, let's say I'll play knight f5 now.
Yeah, that's
the knight on f5.
The bishop takes f8 most likely.
We'll exchange
with king. Yeah.
I thought with a king, yes.
Yeah, just we'll play like.
Say I exchange.
Old tired man. Queen d2. Exchange.
I exchange the rooks. The rook c8. Cannot anyhow.
Yeah, but I mean, even rook takes c8 should be quite okay for black.
Yeah,
but,
that was my question. Whether I
would even do this in a better version for white, maybe.
I'm not in time to play rook c6 myself.
Yeah.
Because maybe I didn't have to take on c1 and I could have played rook c6. Then you take rook
then
c1.
I would take rook c1. You can wait, maybe. You can do something useful like king g7 probably. But it also doesn't change much. I mean, you will have your king on g7, which is probably slightly better, but I wouldn't see this as super significant. So probably I still can do the same and play rook c1. I mean,
I get to play at least the rook c6, but there's still rook c4 maybe first, and after b3 rook c6.
All right, it can be an interesting version of this. I still feel that the drawish potential of this position.
I'm not sure if the c line gets me anywhere.
No, maybe not. Yeah,
it gives me a bit of an psychological edge maybe, but question if I can get anywhere because there is no point of entry.
Yeah, well, do something like this. Probably even consider regrouping with knight to c2, bringing it to e3, something similar, or b4 maybe. Yeah, I feel this is very close to a draw.
And what's the time situation there?
Pretty much equal.
quite
No,
equal.
not much of a hope there as well. Maybe of course it still can. Okay, he did e6. He didn't go for an exchanges, and white has decided to swap the bishop for a knight, and he probably just wants to do something similar like we suggested. There are also some ideas with knight e1, knight d3 can be present.
Yeah, I was thinking maybe black can be happy that there is some sort of asymmetry in the material, but the knight looks more flexible in these rather close situations.
Sure.
So probably white is quite comfortable, but I do believe we will see again a long game because they can move around just for 20 moves without much happening, just burning time basically, and then something will happen.
And then desperately trying to gain some time by playing quick moves. So, all right. So we can switch to another category, and it will be a category of girls under 16. We have to mention that until now we don't have many games finished, which is quite nice. We are almost 3 hours into the games, and we are still in full fight. Only few games that finish on online boards, but let's go back to we were a little bit critical about, or at least me, about the white setup in the game on board one. And here, actually, black did play knight e7 and then queen e6, but it maybe was a bit inaccurate. We suggested d5.
D5 was.
Yes, because somehow here white was in time to do d4, which makes d5 quite unpleasant. I mean, the d5 is not really valid possibility here without losing some material, I guess.
It's not working out, just to check.
So this is a problem, like ed5. You take with a knight, or?
I thought I would. I'm afraid now. Okay, let's take with the knight. And queen takes.
I think it's this actually. If you take, you most likely have to take, right? Because otherwise your structure is gonna be cramped a lot. Or queen f4?
Queen g5 is not possible?
Knight f... Well, it is possible, I'm sure, but knight f5.
This starts to look unpleasant.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this is typical problem of Gioco Piano. I mean, it looks equal all the time, but once you start changing some pieces, then suddenly it's slightly unpleasant, then it's slightly more unpleasant, and then basically black is signing the score sheet. And this may not have been the case here, but she did play c6, which I don't really like, because somehow it's weakening the structure. I mean, it's weakening unnecessarily the black squares, and white just did take on e5 quickly, and bishop f4. On here, finally, white could be happy because she achieved something. Oh, and if black has to do
I did think she's gonna recapture on d5 with on e5 with the d pawn.
Yeah, it looks like. But rook takes e5 maybe. It's just.
No, I meant before, not taking the queen.
On e5. Yeah.
Yes.
That also.
I
looks
thought
logical.
that was the point of playing c6. So
maybe rook d1 and then also bishop b6 sometimes
the
becomes an
e5
issue.
pawn starts to be.
Maybe, yeah. Okay,
I
still
can,
not the end of the world.
I can
but
also have maybe, although queen b3.
This is going to be hanging on h6
Yeah.
a while, but maybe still she had to keep at least symmetry with the pawn structures, because queen take this doesn't look right at all.
Yeah, this definitely.
Especially if she has to go for something like this. It's just a pawn up for more or less nothing. Now white is just cruising to victory simply here.
Yeah, that fell apart extremely quickly.
Yes. This is a problem, of course, that you really need to feel the danger of doing something like this, and the black somehow, I would say, that did help her opponent a bit with not the most perfect play. So let's check. It seems that white is on her way to win the second game as well. Let's check the game of on the second board, where things escalated quickly. Oh, this was
This was the French that wasn't French.
Yeah, the French, which we couldn't really find the plan for white. And also it seems that white has struggled to find the plan here. And black has decided for some g5 options.
I like.
Yeah, but she delayed the g5. I saw the final position, so I was quite happy that the king ended up where it did end up. King d7, knows the classics, and and white has decided also here to start some action. And here somehow she went for some exchanges which didn't end up favorably for her. I like it all, it seems. Yeah, black is just some stuff up. And it doesn't seem that the compensation is there. And the c4 pawn, which looked like it will be taken back very quickly.
Yes, suddenly it's an asset.
Yeah, it became very strong. Probably
actually,
one of the best pieces in the.
Just c3.
C3 is a threat, yes.
Threatening.
Yeah, C3 is a threat, yes. White can try to get.
Can you do?
Well, I'm two pawns down. Yes. I don't really get to pick which one to take back. So rook g6, maybe queen takes h5. C3. This
looks devastating.
Even knight takes e5. Maybe
exactly.
black,
I wanted to say that you can even.
You can take. Maybe knight. I would prefer even bringing the knight to d4.
Mm-hmm.
Because it looks better even there. No, this looks very bad.
Also, a3 is actually just hanging there. Everything is just hanging.
Yeah, white is 2 pawns down, and it doesn't look like any visible compensations there, unless she comes up with some miracle here.
Well, she can only hope for her time advantage, that she has some edge of 10 minutes, which is not little. But to be fair, it's only white who is under threats. It feels like white is under threat regarding the pawn coming to c3, but also if she starts collecting pawns, she might be under threat of some huge attack on her king.
I think also the position is not so complicated anymore. It seems that white threats are over, or they at least dissolved a lot. And it seems that it should be pretty simple for black to finish off this game. So 14 minutes, still quite a lot of time, and I guess that black is also has an upper hand here.
On the third
Yes,
board,
I'm
the-
curious what happened with our French. Wow, that's some
buttons.
improvement. So we left the position here. We were quite happy with white's position here, and we were suggesting all kinds of optimistic stuff like going for a direct attack, like G4, H4, and so on.
Yeah.
Instead, white did play Queen C2, F5.
I wanted to.
Wow, but this is puzzling actually. I mean, she did provoke F5. But we assume that actually F5 is one of the plans.
That black wanted to do, yeah.
So she kind of lost time to provoke F5. Of course, after F5, it's obvious that C4 is a threat.
Yeah.
So, but she had to. I mean, she definitely did foresee this. So she went for this intentionally, and black managed to get some counterplay here. And Bishop B5. Wow.
Oh, that's the dream.
Yeah, this is what black has definitely wanted for, and now only white had launched this attack.
This feels extremely slow.
Yeah, it seems so suddenly it's black.
And
who
again,
has
you're
done-
losing some time on the move back with the queen. So
Yeah, it seems that we
White
were
is-
at the white's position was on its peak when we left it,
Yeah.
and now it seems that since then it went wrong all the way, and it's very comfortable for black. I mean, black pieces are just simply dominating the position.
But
now,
can I somehow recover through the b3 pawn?
maybe it's okay. White did have to play bishop c1 first.
Yes.
Of course, you are threatening to take on b3. I of course have to take care of this. Maybe okay, knight a5 is an ugly option, but it's still not losing a pawn at least. I guess that knight a5 is gonna happen.
Well, maybe I can I play bishop e3 and with the idea of knight d2? But white would be happy
with a repetition.
with a repetition, I assume. Or she is the higher rated, so
Yeah, maybe she would, but still, the position is not really promising here. She's up on time, so maybe she still can be ambitious here, and
again, she can use this just to gain some time. You know, you repeat. The opponent again has to consider this. Well, because simply black has only 12 minutes
yeah,
until the rest of the game.
yeah, this is still one. Also, of course, black has improved the position dramatically since the last time we saw, but they still the game is on, and okay, white is probably positionally not so impressive at the moment, but at least she managed to solve direct problems. The structure is not encouraging so much, but b3 is weak, and there are no clear weaknesses in white's camp. So still be playing for win.
Looking at bishop takes a3, but I don't think that is possible, right?
I said that I can say even ignore it at some point. I mean, just by taking on b3 with rook, and here, I mean, it seems that queen bishop b4 is forced, and now. I'm not sure how to increase the pressure, but I can maybe.
I was wondering if black manages somehow to play queen a4 and knight a5. Like if I manage to exchange queens, that's
Yeah, it should be good for black, of course.
what I want. Yeah.
Yes, but maybe I will try to harass white and black with something like this. Suddenly remembering that I wanted to attack somewhere in the opening. This may become quite unpleasant for black.
Yeah, black anyway played knight a5 as you mentioned, knight a5, and now is a question because the knight was originally on b6, so knight c4, and after bishop c1, knight a5, and now white theoretically can play bishop e3. Question is whether knight d2 is a threat. I think it is.
Yeah, it may be a threat. Well, yeah, because f4 is covered and knight d2 can. Well, I don't know if knight d2 g5 or something like this can happen, but it looks a bit far-fetched, and I'm not sure that people with 12 minutes do something like this.
Yeah, maybe if they're losing a pawn, maybe they do.
Yeah. They maybe if they are really forced to, then probably they do some desperate things. But this is still not so clear. So it looked very positionally good for black, but maybe still there are things to take care of on queen side. So let's check the
under 16 category.
Yeah, we got open under 16, and we still got most of the games on, and we were hoping to see some blood way on board 1 because the opening suggested so. And
it's not a boring position.
No. That's the other one. Yeah, that's the one which black did go for risky stuff, and h5 exactly in the spirit of the opening. This is exactly what black usually does in Benoni, and white did have to back up with his pieces for a while, and black increases ideas.
Yeah, here black just gets to the counterplay on the queen side, also quite to the play on the queen side also quite easily if he wants. In comparison to Benoni, there is way harder to actually make something work.
True. This is a kind of an improved version of Benoni, I would say, but interestingly, didn't even want to take on g2, and decided that this is going to be even better, and just pushing.
Oh, the d3 square is very, very nice.
Yes, this looks very promising for black. True. Now time for f5, and the breakthrough in the center is coming, and this looks very promising for black.
But what we thought that white was doing well, no?
Yes,
the beginning. What happened?
H5 happened. H5 was maybe quite strong here. Maybe white could have faced this by doing. I did suggest something like H3, if I remember correctly. I will still actually stick to that. Because h4 and knight h1, but knight h5 would be always faced by f4 here, and knight may come comfortably to f2, and I definitely would get a better version of the game, at least.
Yeah.
What white did was kind of maybe a little bit careless. He did it seems that he did too many slow moves, like played too passively here. And black did take his chances and just pushes through. He takes f5 now, most likely just collecting one of the pawns. Black can even consider taking on d5 and then pushing the d pawn, which looks promising as well. And also knight bishop takes f5 looks good. White is also down to 9 minutes, which is also not really a good idea to have when you are defending in a difficult position. Yeah, black has many good
Yeah,
options
we're
here.
expecting that black should.
Yeah, should prevail here.
Yeah. And let's move to another game. And here we can see that black is already in time trouble, in big time trouble with 5 minutes.
It was more a little bit of a more boring thing. We started with, but we can see that white was probably right, and he seems to be a more experienced player. I know that he's already quite successful in, of course, in tournaments in France, and considered to be one of very promising players in France. So maybe he just knew exactly what he was doing. Queen h5 looks like putting a little eye on this eye on a5.
So G6 would not be a good idea.
But yeah, G6, knight takes G6 would be actually leading to something very similar like in the game, because black went for F6 here. He didn't have a choice of other moves. Maybe it's not so easy anymore here.
So knight F7 is a threat.
Yeah, but maybe bishop D5 is.
Bishop D5.
But F5 is maybe something which was bothering black. F5 looks annoying. Yeah, somehow.
Can I go G6?
There?
After F5 G6?
Take on G6.
I don't say I like it. F takes.
Yeah, then I just move the queen, I guess. This should be quite bad news. Just moving the queen anyway. Yeah, this should be positionally. This and weak white squares. Knight is misplaced here. Doesn't look great. Instead, black went for F6 here, which is also giving up a pawn. Maybe missed queen b6 because this looks like a move which you can miss.
Maybe this G6 exchanging the knight giving up a pawn, but at least I get rid of the bad knight on a5. He
did, but I think it's maybe a worse version of the events, because white simply
also he also lost on b4.
So he just took 2 pawns, and I don't see any compensation for that. I mean, at the moment, of course, black has some activity, but for white, it would be enough to consolidate, I guess, and just
the bishop is quite annoying. It's not doing anything.
Yeah, it's not really participating in the game, and also, I mean, the rook is quite active at the moment, but probably just a very simple plan is rook e2, rook e1. Would be sufficient to.
And of course, we know that queen and a knight typically works better together than queen and a bishop, and I think in this position, in particular, it just shows.
And it especially applies to a position with 2 pawns up. Okay, yes, this seems like also a rating favorite will prevail as well, and here we have. Suddenly, some action in. We left the position after the opening, when I did feel that white is doing fine, because he did have this active knight on f5. Well, there was a move repetition once, and
black didn't want.
Black was not surprisingly wanted to play on, because it still is like about 200 and almost 250 points up on rating list. But of course, the position is still very close to balance, and white has decided to change the structure, which is an interesting idea. Then he found out that actually H2 is going to be hanging, so he would have to move back and forth. I don't really I don't like the way how the game is going for white, because it seems that black finally got to some some play and opening up the position when finally these pawns, which I was praising in the opening, they will become weaknesses. We can see that on board 4 in this category, one of the rating favorites did win his game. And we can quickly take a look at board 5, where one of the Czech players is playing, Joachim Nemec, who
Won
managed
yesterday a long game.
Yeah, well, very, very, very long game, and we can remind our viewers that he's a bronze medalist from the previous European Championship. So, of course, there are some expectations here. He's playing Nicolas Perosa. If I'm not mistaken, both players were at the Mitropa Cup this year. Both players played on the reserve players for their teams, but played quite a few games here. Well, we can see that it's not that eventful compared to other games we have seen today. And Black is in time trouble already, but I remember Nicolas from Mitropa Cup, and it seemed that he is no stranger to time troubles. It seems that it's one of the essential parts of his game till now, but he is, of course, very young still, and there is a room for improvement. But here it seems that that's.
What is it with these players who, are in time trouble almost in every game, and somehow they start playing better when they're under time pressure? And usually those players are actually not very strong blitz players, it seems to me. This was always very confusing for me. How do you play extremely strongly on 30 seconds against your opponent? Your opponent may have 1 hour more, or 1 hour is usually exaggeration, but let's say 30 minutes more easily, and then you're not some blitz specialist or rapid.
I think it's a bit of a generational thing because, frankly speaking, when I was growing up, or let's say the biggest part of my chess career, it was not. I mean, there were no such players who would play on 30 seconds. There was one simple reason for this, because electronic clocks and time increment came a little bit earlier. But there were always these people. There are many cases of this notorious time troublers. I don't know, classical players like Reshevsky. Lots of people. For instance, one of the legendary Czech players, Jan Smejkal. He would usually end up, whatever he would do, he would end up in a time trouble. But he was exactly this kind of a player, that he would do all this perfectly difficult decisions, which with his, back then we had no electronic clocks. There were the mechanical clocks when the flag was hanging back then only he would start to act. And there are many players like this younger generation. I think that one of the most outstanding example of this is Alexander Grishuk, who is incredible in his best. He would whatever he would do, he would end up on his increment with 2-3 seconds, like 33, 32 always, and still would come up with fantastic play. I don't know. I have no explanation for this. Myself, I avoided this for most of my career. I was probably the other way around. Always am a guy who was against someone who was in time trouble. But I think it's just maybe some kind of adrenaline rush which you need in order to force you to make the decision. I think it maybe can be a little bit connected with there. kind of students who do this as well just before the exams, that they will only start studying like a day before an exam in order to pass it. So I would compare it to this, that sometimes chess players are very similar in this way, that they basically need this pressure on them in order to start acting, and sometimes they get the best out of them when they are under a huge time pressure. So here we still hope to get back to this game when the decisive part is gonna come, and we will switch to the under 18 open category.
Yes.
Where we are quite curious to see what happened on board one, because when our guest Theo was here, we saw White increasing the pressure in the opening, and the Black has decided to solve the issues by exchanging pieces. So did take on d5, and decided to stick to some more or less passive defense to be patient here. And White did go for g4. Well, and as I said, was this really necessary? I would probably do something like king d3. Just would like to protect the c2 and not allow rook c4, protecting the c2, maybe making room for a knight to move. I'm not g4 fan here. Sorry.
No,
this is not the situation, right?
It loses a lot when the queens are off.
Yeah, I guess so. But interestingly, he went in the spirit of a middle game, like attacking. And I understand his idea, of course. I mean, he wants to get the strong knight against a bad bishop on f6. But also he had to give up, just weakened his position and gave up the h5. Well, I'm not sure it was worth it. True, the bishop on d8 is not very impressive. And it seems that, it's somehow all of this was interesting from White, but I'm not sure that they really reached anything special here. On the other hand, it's true that black is quite passive as well.
Yeah, but what do you do here as Black?
Okay, king c6, I guess, is quite obvious pick for Black. The idea is that if you move the rook anywhere, then bishop g5 may become a very unpleasant check. But of course, White can.
And if I just somehow stand and I'm like, okay, beat me.
Yeah, I guess that actually this is White's plan. I guess that he is just gonna play something like this and do pretend that he is like not really interested in playing for a win. I feel a bit sorry for White's position after the opening. That's the only reason why I'm a little bit disappointed that White didn't really make use of. I have no personal preference, of course, but just objectively speaking, I would believe that White had more promising positions and will end up waiting in the end game if Black can come up with some active idea. I guess still Black can do something like b6 here. Or is it asking for trouble here? Maybe b5, a6 now.
No, that's what I wanted to ask. If
but it seems
A6.
it doesn't work, I guess. I mean, I thought that at least I didn't believe it doesn't work. I may be easily wrong if you just
maybe I need to do it with the king
on e3. Okay.
Yes.
It's not gonna be easy here. Yes.
Yeah. So now I have to somehow
win some time
or lose some tempo. Yeah. I don't see any triangle here.
Well, it's difficult to triangulate people when you are like, yeah, all your pawns are hanging. So I still believe that this should be close to equality rather than anything else. But yeah, it can be psychologically difficult for Black because he now may feel that he still has some chances to play for a win or something like that, and he may have become impatient and may miss something. So let's probably check board 2.
Mm-hmm.
And here we left after Queen e3 when I did believe that White is forcing Black to exchange some pieces. He took on b3 and knight d7. And this, well, clearly the structure is not very impressive for Black. On the other hand, he kind of has an extra pawn because b3 and b2 are not so great for White, but White's structure is very healthy on the other hand. And yeah, he has a free roll position here. I guess just a very nice and nice. Well, Black on the other hand doesn't have any other weakness than d5, and even mass exchanges may not bring White the desired effect because they would end up in some endgame. And here I decided to improve his structure by this, bring the knight to c4 and to c5. Yes, this looks like already kind of bad news for Black because knight on c5 is extremely annoying, and now finally we can see that these two pawns they are supporting. One supporting the knight, second controlling the c4.
I somehow didn't like much when White played b3, but I don't know if maybe Black did something wrong there or maybe it was just a good move. But suddenly, a few moves back, a few moves with a knight, and the position is just amazing for White.
Yeah, it seems that he outmaneuvered his opponent. Maybe a little bit of, we can say that they can some experience playing tough games, because what I like about this youngsters that they're playing a lot. They do play many tournaments. I can see them playing in strong events, trying to improve. They're ambitious, and this is how you become a strong player. Because if you only care about your rating or some results, you kind of if you are not ambitious enough, usually you don't improve. So these players, I can say, both Polish players, second and third seed here, they are playing strong tournaments frequently, and that's where you improve. And maybe this was one of the factors also here when he managed to outplay his opponent till this moment. Also, Black is low on time.
Can I already cash in and just take on d5, or I wanna rather leave it and maybe improve some more?
Yeah, I like bishop takes d5 because actually the a6 pawn is also a liability for Black, and after bishop d5, I mean the only question is if it's not too early to do this. May do something first, like improving like rook d2 or something like this. But yeah, I guess that the bishop takes d5 can be can come any moment, more or less.
Of course, there is immediate threat of bishop takes f7, so you must do something about that. I don't know, knight takes d5. If you have to do you have to do that?
I guess yes, I will
But
be forced
after
to.
queen takes d5, you have to exchange the queens.
Yeah,
right?
so maybe the only problem in here is that it will lead to a rook's endgame, which I'm not sure that Black would be against. You know, this may be a good chance for Black. I mean, it's not even. Yeah, maybe this is just not enough for White, because I get to b4. If you take this one, I get on b3, and it should be okay for Black. So that's why maybe he will not be rushing with taking on d5. I mean, okay, king h2 is one of the possible ways to prepare myself to taking on d5. Because black will not be able to improve his king by playing king g7, because then it's stepping
I
on
was
the king.
thinking if black can play rook e8, so that he anyway cannot meet bishop d5 with
Yeah.
rook d8 right now because of the same trick of bishop takes f7, discover check, and the queen is protected only once. But maybe I'm threatening already to. I'm not threatening anything. There is knight b7.
Yeah, well, there is also
I-
one of the options here for white is maybe looking a bit unnecessary, but an aggressive g4. Maybe interesting as well, actually, because you cannot really go to e4 at any point. And after h takes g4, h takes g4, bishop c2 is not really a good option as well, I guess, because
You're gonna be catching the bishop somewhere now.
probably here. But also, there's one more thing, which is an additional sudden option of rook h1, and there's some kind of unpleasant threat of g5 and mate on h8. So maybe I have to opt for something like bishop c8. And here already bishop takes d5 may become an option at some point, and maybe also just starting with g5 and then collecting the d5.
G5.
Yeah, g4 looks quite interesting here, I guess. It's
It's a bit committal.
yeah, it's because, well, for last 5 or 6 moves, white was just improving the pieces slowly, and g4 is not something which you are planning long term. He did something else. It did cross my mind, but I didn't want to suggest it from some reasons. Queen f4 is an interesting move. It's just trying to get to the a6 pawn.
This is quite elegant. This is a move that.
I'm a little less. I mean, maybe I'm wrong, but somehow I wouldn't want to go queen f4 just from reasons that I would be afraid not to win an endgame afterwards because of the scrapped pawns. But maybe I'm just wrong, and he's just winning by playing this.
Well, we did see that white took some time to make this decision because last few moves he did make reasonably quickly. And here he was probably considering both bishop takes d5, maybe even g4. In the end, he decided, maybe a bit surprisingly, because his opponent is low on time, so this g4 could pose some more.
Yeah, I did like
problems.
g4, but maybe he just decided that queen f4, that it's unnecessary to complicate matters and just go for some safe, maybe he feels like he's winning, and then just decided to go for queen f4.
And again, it's very hard to defend even worse in game with such a low time.
Yeah, it's black is in trouble.
So another time trouble we do have on third board.
Yes, we can take a look there. And Jan Malek is taking on with black against Anton Zlatkov. And we see white did. Okay, we did see something like this here after knight c6. And white decided not to be waiting for his opponent to improve the position, and decided to improve his pieces as well. And knight b2, if you have to do something like knight b2, usually things are not going great for you. But we went for some more or less concrete play, and black brought the knight all the way around to d7, from d7 to b6, and now back. White had to give up the white squared bishop, and black decided that they also don't need it then. And this is a bit strange from black, I guess, because now maybe also the time trouble could be one of the factors why black has played a little bit. I feel that he didn't really use all the possibilities of the position yet.
Can I take on h4?
Yeah, I think bishop takes h4 is one of the.
You're
One is
threatening g5 immediately, right?
Did this happen? Because it seems as this happened, right? Because rook bishop takes h4 and e6.
Yes, it happened.
Okay,
and fe6.
fe6 instantly. So the idea of white is to take on c5. We will find out soon enough because he is just down to 1 minute.
Yes.
I guess rook c5.
Can I? I'm just gonna suggest some move. I was thinking.
Rook takes e4.
Yes.
Takes e4 looks interesting. Is it a mate? It is.
It looks like a mate, actually.
Well, almost, but yeah. Let's just before they play something, we can try this. The idea is this, but I wasn't sure this is a mate.
Queen.
Frankly.
Queen h3, no? And bishop. Oh, okay.
No. Queen f3 maybe.
Queen f3.
I still can
And
navigate
bishop
through the minefield here.
Bishop g3, king h3, bishop
But
f2.
this is right. This is bishop g3. Yes. Yeah. So this is winning because after this you have bishop f2.
Yes.
And
Typical,
yeah. So this rook takes e4 rook takes e4 works for black here, but maybe I don't have to panic yet. And
rook f4 is a threat.
Rook f4 is a strong threat, and the rook is
rook
actually
e2
protected here. Yeah, this is a problem.
This is a big problem, and black doesn't have. White doesn't have any time. Rook c5, rook e4 happened.
Okay.
And white is on 30 seconds, so maybe
30 seconds. Yeah, we can stay here because
I don't think it's going to take too long.
Yeah, we can see the first result of today's day on the boards we were covering. Let us see if
I don't see what black can do.
White has
White, I'm sorry.
rook takes f4.
And rook f2.
It's also rook takes f4. I wouldn't even.
Right.
Yeah.
So can I go somewhere with
The biggest problem is that white cannot really create a serious threat here.
Bishop c7 he played.
Bishop c7. He decided to solve the problem of having a bishop there by moving it. But
just wondering, can I play e5?
yes, this is immediately what comes to mind. I guess that e5 should be finishing off the game. It's not like it's the only move which is winning, like maybe even
probably rook takes d3, or this is too optimistic.
Rook takes d3. I have a queen there still.
There is queen coming.
Yeah, but rook e3, for instance, looks actually quite strong.
Yeah, rook e3 is maybe not. No, yeah, it's strong, definitely.
I mean, rook e3 is on
simplest
the board,
way,
yes,
probably.
and he is executing in a very
happened.
quick fashion. Actually, since this in France, he several occasions he was actually not really bothering with checking too long, and but I mean, in most of the cases he was right, but he just executed calculated very quickly, and won. Couple of occasions just saw the right move immediately, and
queen f3 is also a threat, not just taking
white
on g3. Yes.
Yeah, but maybe queen f3 check and just take on g3 next is definitely good enough. I mean, maybe it's a forced mate even, no?
Queen, and if you go to h3.
No,
I can go to
bishop,
h3,
right? Takes
no,
g3
there's
anyway.
queen h1. Also.
This is rook h2 at least still, but bishop takes g3 looks like bad news for.
He just took on g3.
This is a bit amazing to me. I mean, is all this happening in seconds? I mean, I don't know. I wouldn't pick rook takes g3 at all.
So rook g3.
And it's mate. It's just
after king h1.
Queen h3.
King g1.
And I did. No, Queen E1 check. Sorry, Queen E1 check, collecting the rook on D2.
Yes, this.
But I wouldn't go for this.
I'm a piece up, right?
Yeah, I wouldn't go for that. I would go Queen F3. I'm sure that.
And
White resigned, so it doesn't really matter much here.
Nice finish.
Very, very nice execution and nice game, which started off quite slowly, but then Jan Malek managed to show his strengths, and he's leader in under 18 group. Let's we shall see shortly if somebody will join them.
Actually, I'm sorry, I just took a peek on the board that we commentated on a minute ago, of Jan Klimkowski, and I saw that Black did not go for the exchange of queens, and the G4 that you suggested did appear on the board, and maybe even in
this is
better
even
version.
stronger. Yes, this is even stronger, and now it just instantly wins because next move is just knight d3, and it's just completely winning by white. I mean, even here there was, I guess, knight d3 was also quite easily winning as well, but a g4 is probably even more so. Bishop e4. Now knight takes e4, for instance, is just
everything is winning.
Yeah, there are many ways for white to win this game, and also maybe he was right to do it this way. I would suggest before we get to the final stages of the games in other categories as well, we could take a short break, and we will be back. Stay with us to the decisive moments of the games.
Round 2. Yeah. Thank you.
Dear spectators, welcome back to the live commentary of the second round of European Youth Championships in Prague. We do have some boards to cover only one actually at the moment on top boards of under 18 open section. We left the position in the end game where Roman Degtyaryov was white against Yali Sokolovsky on the top board, and we did assume that here the position is close to equal, but it seems that Black managed to find a plan how to improve his position. Maybe White had to be a little bit more careful here and not to go King E3, allowing Bishop G5 check, because it actually maybe it didn't make any big difference at the end. Sorry for that. I did assume that Black pushed F5 afterwards, but instead he started with Rook H6 and pushed F5, which was the only way how he could proceed in order to disbalance the position. White did provoke F4, but actually it did backfire because suddenly Black did improve his structure pretty much and did break through via G4, Rook H2, Bishop G3, and now we can see that White Rook is completely trapped on G4. It has no squares, and all White pawns suddenly become very weak. I'm afraid that White is not going to survive this. It seems that Black is going to slowly collect almost everything and is on his way on winning this game.
That would mean that all of our favorites in the first three boards in under 18 would win their second game as well. And we wanted to take a look at yet another game from the under 18 section, that is of a Czech player, Richard Stalmach, who is Black against the Italian Herzegovac Neven
Herzegovac. He is the way we are quite deep in the end game. I wanted to actually to mention Richard because he is one of the few players. I guess there should be some more players here, but European Youth Championships in Prague is not here for the first time. It already took place exactly at the same hotel 10 years ago. And Richard was one of the participants, as you may assume correctly, in under 8 back then. And it can be quite an interesting comparison for him. How much did the things change in last 10 years? Today, of course, he's seeded, or he's a seeded player. His opponent is around 2300s, a bit less. And it seems that Richard is on his way to win his game, because don't see which force will be able to stop the g4 pawn from getting to its final destination. And yeah, g3, g2, it seems like black is just completely winning here.
White has one small trick on knight c3. Be always careful of the knights. But
I'm afraid that even that may not be working enough. If
you
knight
can
c3, I
just
maybe just can
play
blunder.
G3.
I can even blunder probably. I mean, this
And
knight
you're gonna
takes
take with a
f2,
bishop,
and
right?
g2 is just winning next. Maybe the best try for white would be to do something like rook. Well, I cannot even go to h8, so I don't have a square from which I would. Yeah, bishop on d4 is dominating completely. You can see that it's a huge obstacle for white's pieces in every direction, and I guess that white is losing now. Okay, so it would be also another player joining the leaders on 2 out of 2. And of course, all of these players, they will have slightly better chances to improve their position in the tournament. So let's probably go back to the to our other categories. So we did leave them for long enough to see that all the games we covered in under 14 girls category finished. And on board one, it seems that black has launched a very direct attack. Oh, but surprisingly enough, it was in the end game. So lots of things happened here. So the game was really complicated, and we left after queen e3. So f4 happened, queen d3, and bishop h3. White kept in mind the idea of knight takes e5 and finally executed it. And now it seems that white was doing very well here. This seems to be like black has made, I don't know, last 5 or 6 moves with a queen. Yeah, so many moves with a queen, but at the end of the day, managed somehow to trick her way out of this position. It seems like completely dominating for white, actually. Queen e3 is maybe, well, was not really necessary here.
She wanted to put the rook on e6, but was afraid, of course, there is some
Queen
back rank
c1 check. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, that's one of the reasons why h3 can be suggested here. It seems actually that black pieces cannot really move anywhere. I mean, none of these pieces are really moving to any better position. But of course, yeah, queen e3 is logical in a way, but yeah, and h3 came a bit too late. Now black managed to at least consolidate a bit. Oh, there is a beautiful suggestion by. After the game's finished, that unfortunately the engines they turn out immediately, or regardless what we want. But rook a7 is a beautiful motive, which is of course not so easy to spot. The idea
That
is,
is
of course,
beautiful.
that e7, so the rook is untouchable because of the
How
rook
do
e7.
how do I protect that pawn? Can I knight e8 or
you can't, I guess.
knight e8?
Knight e8.
No, that's just no. I can play knight e8 because I'm freeing the space. So
Okay, you can do. Okay, 7, knight e8. Oh, there's another trick. Oh, okay, this is already, of course, not so easy to
Everything is
see,
hanging.
because
and
rook is hanging, and so probably white went for knight f4, which seemed to be practical, and black did do knight e7, and after an exchange, things started happening here. I mean, white was still pretty much in control, but then rook
you may start the advantage just slipping.
Yeah, I mean, rook e4 is just an obvious blunder, but we can see that both players were extremely short on time already. Were on 30 seconds both, so things, of course, start happening. This is move 42, 40, 42, 43. In normal situation, of course, they would have half an hour here and would have enough time to finish the game more or less properly. This is maybe one of the examples when this time control didn't really help the players. And
well, it did help the black player.
Yeah, I mean, didn't. I'm always on the side of objectivity, let's say, and here suddenly black came up with a huge attack. This is already a mating attack with. Yeah, this is a sad finish, of course, for white, because it seems that for most of the game she was in control, and she was on the better side of the position, but in mutual time trouble, things started to go off for her. On board two, Maria Kuznetsova managed to convert her advantage. Let's take a look how the things happened there. So black has decided to, after rook d7, decided to try to attack the pawn on c3. And rook a g1, white ignored this. Oh, but this is probably just not good. Well, rook g8.
Couldn't I have played rook g8?
Maybe, but something was. Yeah, I can bring the king to d7. Yeah, white has decided that there is no need to rush things and just put the pawn on h6. And once you put the pawn on h6, you just can improve your position and slowly enter. Well, she did really take her time here. Provoke d4 because black was running out of moves, I guess, and just didn't know what to do here.
Well, d4, I would be happy as black. I'm not sure.
Yeah,
it helps
but
anyhow, though.
Oh, rook takes f5, a nice sacrifice, forcing to
nice.
take, and then this end game is clearly winning because the pawns start running, and
well, this is a nice finish to the game.
Yeah, rook takes f5 is a nice touch.
Yes.
Maybe not the only winning move, but definitely the most forced one, and Maria is on 2 out of 2 as well. I'm curious what happened in the game on board 3, if we were completely wrong here about things. So we left the position here when, after rook c8, knight takes e5 happened. Wow, what did go wrong there? Knight e5, and white did change on e5, but rook takes c8 was just a way did expect rook takes c8 to happen. She didn't do that, and they here black immediately grabbed her chance, and now there is a double attack on two bishops in a way. So things started to get out of hand quite quickly. Interestingly enough, white had enough time here, quite a lot actually, but she didn't really use it properly, because at the end of the day, she did blunder bishop h3. The idea was, which is attacking
The queen.
the
and
queen, and actually we can
checkmate.
see that with very limited number of pieces, Black has managed to come up with the mating attack. This is King's Indian. This is what happens, and of course, both sides took quite a lot of risks. I would say that Black was very. She was in big danger to lose this game, and White would be. She would be quite sorry by not taking enough time probably to assess all the tricks in the position. And other rating favorites also seem to. Oh, sorry. There is just the next game I clicked on was exactly the opposite of my. Oh no, there was a mistake in the result. So
No, White won, yes?
yes, White won at the end. So it was just some misclick, and
Which
actually,
has
yes, rating
some-
favorites did score mostly. There is one more game which is going on, but this is
Also-
gonna take a while.
Also
It's-
looks like White
yeah,
will
should
win.
should be winning for White at the end of the story. Let's check boys under 14. And yeah, you were completely right about the outcome of the game on board one, and even the final position almost. If I think you predicted something like this exactly, no?
Yeah, I was asking whether Black can. I was actually wondering if the position is still drawn without the pawn on e4, which I was not sure
yeah,
about.
that would be dangerous, I guess. That may not be safe enough for White.
But here, yeah, I think
This is quite
there's-
obvious. Yeah, we can just quickly
go
rewind.
through what
And
happened.
yeah, this is exactly what we expected happened. White did collect the pawn. Okay, they went to this rather quickly. So
Yeah.
both of them were aware of what is going on here, and probably there is no way Black can improve the position without going for some crazy risks. And they just repeated moves here. And yeah, well, it's a good game by White. I
Yes.
think that he should be quite happy. Well, getting a solid draw against a player rated almost 400,
First seed.
400 points. And for Václav, this would be, of course, a little obstacle in order to fight for medals. But of course, the tournament is just getting started.
Exactly.
Paweł Sowinski did win his game. He did convert this position just after. Interestingly enough, White didn't sacrifice on d4. He
Yeah.
did wait for Black, probably also counting on time trouble, and Black did allow this. Rook b7. This is a strong move.
Oh, this is nice.
Yeah, because now he gets a pawn, and actually, I mean, also the position of these two pawns are quite weak, and White is slowly bringing the king and actually just getting into Black's position, and afterwards just gonna lose more or less all the pawns because Rook a7 is coming and collecting all the stuff.
So this was quite a smooth game.
Yeah, I think
Right.
a good opening choice, and it seems that it didn't fit his opponent well. So yeah, it's good flexibility from White. Board 3 ended in a draw. Again, we were quite close to this prediction because we did assume that Knight is gonna be fine again, at least against the bishop, and it didn't really change here. White did play quite cautiously and carefully, not allowing Black. Actually, Black has 0 ways to improve the position, so the draw was agreed at this point. We can take a quick look what happened on board 4, where check the final position when White did. Oh, this looks
Oh.
quite clear. So yeah, so it seems that basically White was in control here and did score a win. Patrick Cieslak, another Polish player as well, scored a win, and we have several leading players in this category as well. It was under 14 boys. Let's check on girls under 16. Also here we see that rating favorites on first two boards at least they managed to win their games. It didn't go too smooth here maybe, but it seems that at some point the Black got the chance to survive in this game. However, we did think that this is already more or less lost after the opening win. And Black suddenly got some chances, but probably was not and didn't have enough time to evaluate all the things here. And was close to we can see that our unwanted helping hand is suggesting that Black did miss her chance here and should have taken on g4 and maybe would have survived this scare, but instead she went for this end game. Oh, the difference is that she simply lost a pawn on f5 as well.
Yeah.
And here already this looks to be winning for White. And yeah, this is just already rook f8, the typical
This is
maneuver.
nice.
This is just quite
Motif.
educational, but yeah,
Not
this
too
is-
hard to
Yes,
spot.
this is just already over. And on board two as well, rating favorite did convert her advantage. We did see the position b8, and we see that White did try to collect some pawns at least, but well, Black did play rook g7, is somewhat passive here, but it seems that it didn't influence the outcome of the game. Oh, rook takes g4. This is it's quite unpleasant because the pawns started running and nothing is gonna stop them as well. I'm curious what is going on board three. Oh, you can see the end game is quite far from what we saw. So here knight c4 and White decided not to repeat moves and played rook f2, and Black switched her mind to kingside, maybe not entirely, but White did exchange some pieces. And I'm curious how did she gain this exchange, because seems okay. This part of the game seems to be heavily influenced by a time trouble.
she-
Rook takes g3.
Just sacrificed.
I think she blundered queen f4 check. It seems
Ah,
because she did one. But how did the end game arise out of the problem? Is this because this looks pretty hopeless for. Wow.
d5 does look like it's winning on spot, but there is.
Well, it should be still. I mean, 2 pawns.
But how do you?
Yeah, maybe a check first. I mean, rook d6 check.
And king e7.
Yeah, and then move the rook because you cannot take on e5.
Ah, that's a nice motive.
I mean, once I free these pawns from, I mean, you have to go here, and after rook is just
And
move.
e6.
And
yes.
e6, well, somehow kind of.
Oh, this is just a.
Yeah, should be completely gone. And instead, it seems that she blundered the pawn. Yeah, this just should be a draw. Okay, objectively, but of course, we are in time control, which is gonna which is going to influence the outcome of this game. I guess that it may go well, but there are lots of time already. 2.5 minutes against 1:15.
I think Black got quite an ideal setup, yeah? How do you strengthen the position? Because the a3 is hanging, you cannot exchange the pawns.
I mean, the only way is to try to get the king around there, but I don't see that happening.
If I just stay king b7, king c7...
This should be enough to survive this. It would be a very eventful game, of course. But it seems that...
Because if you do go some rook g3 and you start going with the king, I'll go to a5 and b4.
Or just king comes to c6 and it will be just enough, I guess.
You don't have
because a3 is
I thought simply I want to exchange the pawns.
Yeah, that's also possible. I guess that b4 can be done at any moment. Yeah, I don't know. This seems like a
painful draw for white.
For sure, yeah, because I think that she was very close to winning, but nothing to be done. And under 16 boys category, board one, Axel Bulkwaloy did win his game. We left it when he started dismantling white's center. And he went for queen takes d5. I like this approach.
You suggested.
Yeah, I wanted to. Actually, the main point was to move the pawns. This ones with a D, but he did it with a kind of a small delay. But eventually,
whatever wins.
And eventually, he did finish the game with a mating attack. I would still say that after the opening, white did allow this h4, h3 quite unnecessarily, and that actually more or less costed him the game. On board two, white Marco Materia did convert his couple of extra pawns. He did the same thing, but not doing rook e2, rook e1, but queen e2 and rook f1. Not rook f1 immediately, but started with b3, just claiming that black he basically doesn't have any idea here. Bishop c4. Okay, I mean, the idea is that after queen takes c4, he did hope for queen g6. Of course, even this is lost, I guess. Many ways how to treat it, like queen e2, for instance, of course. I mean, almost everything wins, but he just decided to do things with checks and collect the remains of all black's structure. I mean, took like almost all his pawns. So, of course, black was probably already too tired of this, and he resigned. On board three, the game, which started quite promisingly for white, took a very unpleasant turn there. Black managed to open the position, and at the end of the day, well, this is definitely not a healthy rook placement unless you are playing chess 960, because this is not really good for your position, when especially in the end game. It did try to come up with some.
Well, you should have sacrificed the rook on h1, not the one.
Yeah, well, I mean, the rook on h1 was not really close to get.
Of course, yes.
Being sacrificed by anywhere, but of course, game did last for a while. But at the end of the story, black also collected lots of material, and is also an exchange up, and this at some point he just decided to give it back in order to finish off the game. Let's check on Joachim Nemeth, who lost his game actually, because
we finished with a normal position, right? We thought that he has.
We saw this position where he did play bishop. He did play bishop e4, h6. I'm curious what happened next here, because it seems that probably the computer is not so unhappy about this, but f5 is heavily criticized here. So f5.
We'll see the reason for that in that game.
Interesting. What was the idea of this f5 move? I mean, black black has some threats. b4, a3 is quite unpleasant, and knight d5 came one move too late, and he just maybe. Yeah, it seems that white lost control at some point, and he just found out that basically that black pawns are running.
Oh, sorry.
I mean, it's not that surprising at the end of the day when you see these positions, that that black's main asset is here, and he probably just lost. He started
to thinking for his side.
Only and forgetting about
that
his
opponent
opponent's
has also
presence. Maybe his opponent's time trouble also influenced his decision, but once the pawn started moving, there was no way to stop them. So of course, a painful defeat for Joachim, but of course life goes on, and we check the under 18. We go back to under 18 category where Jan Sokolowski converted his advantage against Roman Dekterov. We saw the position when black started collecting white's pieces, white's pawns, and we can see that white couldn't really do much about this. Black just put the pawns and forced white to give up a piece, but this of course is completely hopeless, so white did resign here.
black does have the good bishop, so you can even trade rooks.
Yeah, so there is no saving idea at all from white side. So we can take a look if anything changed in.
I will also just quickly mention that with some delay, I did manage to access the games of the girls under 18. I'm just going to mention that we did also see there an upset on board 3, where the higher rated Zito Enrica lost to German Sereda Jaroslava. So one more upset of the favorites. It seems like the whole game went quite smoothly for the underdog, so you can check that out in your free time. And we will check the games that are still running.
Yes, let's go back to the category of girls under 14, and we take a look. Well, we can see that most of the games are finished here, and we can see that I think nothing is running great.
One game is running, but it seems to be decided already.
Yeah,
There is just. Oh wait, it's this rook versus a pawn.
Rook versus a pawn.
A rook versus a pawn. It's board 6.
Board 6 in under 14. Oh yes, yes.
Yes.
Okay, yeah. This doesn't look like. We did feel that this should be winning for white, but it doesn't seem to be. So how does this happen? Yeah, well, I would prefer king f6 here, to be honest. Probably he underestimated the idea of this. Well, would be surprised if White King manages to get closer to the pawn. So this is heading towards a draw, and it's a lucky escape for Hungarian Sabina Zoe Balázs, and so we can take a look if boys under 14 are more fighting, or at least more stubborn in their in their attempts to win their games.
I think the boys are finished on all of the boards, from what I can see.
Yeah, it seems that all online boards we have available are done here as well.
And girls under 16, we have the third board running. It's currently a rook against a bishop.
Okay, yeah.
And this looks like Black knows what she's doing. So she's in the right corner. And maybe we will even see the stalemate now after Black plays bishop a7 and White just makes some move, rook a1, it would just be a draw. White cannot do any progress here. So
it surprised me a great deal that if we see the stalemate here, but I think that the game will go on for a while. But of course, it's not changing anything, and the game should be with a drawish outcome here.
And let's see if we can have any other game. And I see that other games are also finished in this category. So let's take a look at the open category under 16.
See the game. One of the games.
You found the game?
Yeah, I see as an ongoing game. It's board 6. It's Arseniy Savicev's with white pieces against Aban Zagberia from Spain. Our rating favorite is going to try to push for a win, and most likely he is going to succeed here, if I'm not mistaken. I think that next is going to be rook h3. This should be king e. What? Okay. This is even.
Which
Which
category is that?
It's under 16. Under 16, yes. Under 16 board.
Open?
Yes, open.
You're in the open already. All right.
Yes. It's winning after king takes e5. This should be winning, I guess. Yeah, king takes e5.
Let's try to push some moves in.
Yeah.
King takes e5.
Yeah, king takes e5, king takes h2.
Yes.
This, I can even go g3, I guess.
King f3.
Yeah, and rook h8.
Rook h8. Then I'm gonna build a bridge.
Yep, the king is on the wrong side, white king is on the wrong side. So he may try, however, maybe king f5 can be try to complicate matters, but
what do I do here? E4?
I think you can go e4 even, but it doesn't really. I mean, here, even if you go king f3, for instance, it also may not be saving white. So it seems that that he's gonna
prevail.
He's gonna win this game. And I'm not sure if we have one more game there on board 12, but this is pretty simple and I would say for any standards.
Not sure what. It felt to me like black is.
I think no. I think a stalemate was was aim, and it was reached. So
We
let's.
did see some stalemate then.
Yes, and we can check on under 18 category. Open.
There is
one end
board
game. Oh,
number 18.
yeah, I can't stand this ones. But
It's
this
another
one
queen
should be
end game, but
winning.
this
Yeah, but
one's
this-
with 2 pawns up.
Mm.
So
Okay,
it's-
I see a familiar face. It's actually a white player I played against, I think 2 years ago in the first round of European Cup. Back then, I could hardly find any games of his, but he seemed to be quite active on internet. So here he seems to be winning with white. I think that the biggest problem for black actually is not that he's 2 pawns down, maybe, but his king is extremely badly placed. He really runs into some. Always runs into some exchanges, and this is
So it should be somewhere
Yeah.
on H2.
yeah, somewhere on. But with 2 pawns, it's actually very
Well-
difficult. Yes, I mean it should be somewhere on D8, and it should be black's move. Then actually there is a chance because he can keep checking white king, and then it's not so easy for white to proceed. But this is not going to be the case, and it seems that white is just winning here. So I guess we can slowly sum up today's round because I think we saw lots of exciting chess, some fireworks on several categories, and can single out, for instance, Jan Malek's finish of the game. Very interesting one, the King's Indian. It was in under 14, I think, category of the girls. And many more. Of course, we couldn't really cover all the games today. I guess it's impossible to take a look at everything, but we tried to be on top boards of each category, and we do hope that you enjoyed our stream today, and we will be looking forward to see you in the next days as well. I'd like to thank Tereza for commentating today with me. It was a pleasure, and
Thank you, likewise. And thank you for joining us. And we hope that you will join the commentary also in the upcoming days.
have a good evening.